now.
Mm-hmm.
She said that she would get the Next Round logo tattooed on her person.
Yep. On her body.
Yeah.
So let's go around back there.
I think it's a good idea. I think I mean, she's
a grown adult.
She had a tattoo of like a fake monkey on one of her biceps.
Yeah, I mean she is
tatted up.
She is tatted up.
Yep.
Let's go around. Let's go Forrester first. We'll set the table. Forrester, there is a server here at the Floribama who is all about getting the Next Round logo tattooed on her body. Are you yay or nay? Should we allow that to happen?
Absolutely. And you got Taylor down there with you, so I think you guys should make a night of it at the tattoo shop.
Yeah, they want to do it at the tattoo parlor, but I'm trying to get them. I was like, man, if they do them in prison, you guys can come to us.
But Scott, to your point, Taylor had already volunteered to go document this. Now, I am pushing for it to be a body part that you can use in your commercial break reels. So I'm also thinking of you, Scott, because certain body parts, probably we can't do that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be an area that is now very, very popularly exposed on beaches around the world.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Probably a high traffic area for her.
Yeah.
I mean, to get a little cheeky, that's okay on the feet, I would imagine. It's just like, any swimwear.
If we were at best.
So I'm just trying.
Where we could possibly see this team again.
If you had it, somebody.
I know I airdropped it to her. Last
did
night.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Dunaway's already taken care of it.
I mean, I gave her the official logo last night. No screenshot. Lunsford, this will not surprise you. LT was trying to convince her to do the one, the one where you have cartooned on top of the Next Round. That was the one he was trying to get her to put
I just wanted to see the detail of the artist. She's bragging on this artist, and I'm like, if his ass is that good, he can do this one.
Yeah. So then it became let's just go with the traditional logo if we're going to do this.
Well, it came down to the traditional logo or Ladybird.
Yeah.
And she wanted the dog on.
I mean, Tyler, I don't guess we got to ask Tyler. Tyler was willing to get a tattoo just to be an employee here.
Yeah.
Y'all
Tyler,
know how I feel about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're the easiest one to predict.
All right. Tyler, pretend I don't have my clock open right now. How much time's left in the show?
You have 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh, Dunaway.
1 minute and 15 seconds.
We're about to go back out on the boat. A lot of you are making jokes, and I'm uncomfortable with these jokes about Dunaway being on a boat that is called anything invincible. Those jokes will be much funnier if we can finish this thing off and have a nice sunset boat ride.
Yeah, because where we're going, I don't know if we're going to the Gulf today. I assume we're back in the.
We're going back to the back channel.
Yeah,
we're going to get a burger.
If we went down up there, the bad thing would be right now how cold the water would be.
That's true, absolutely,
and that I can't swim.
Well, yes. Well, we'll save you.
Who's on Dunaway duty?
We'll drag you to the shore.
Somebody. Taylor, you on Dunaway duty? If we go in the water today, I can't swim.
You got to drag Dunaway to the shore.
You used to be a lifeguard. Okay. I've never heard
swing
her,
and a miss.
I've never heard her voice get that high before.
I did not used to be a lifeguard.
I played George Strait. We're back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Thank you to the Floribama. Thank you to all our great sponsors, and we will see you tomorrow on the Next Round. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama is your SEC champions. They beat Auburn last night in overtime, 90-85. Bruce Pearl not happy with officiating, but a gutsy effort from the Tigers, who surprisingly and really amazingly bounced back from that performance at Kentucky at Rupp Arena, one of the worst in Bruce Pearl's time, to a gutsy effort against the nation's best basketball team at this point in time, and had every opportunity, including a clean look at the end, to win the basketball game. We'll jump into that, get a lot of reaction and a lot more from that contest last night as we wrap up our residency here at the Floribama this week. Our final show live here from the Gulf Coast. Wonderful people here. And as you start making your plans this spring and summer, make sure you include the Floribama in the Orange Beach, Gulf Shores area. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Taylor Corn, Kelsey here as well from our social media and sales department. Everyone else back in the studio, including Tyler, who's in there for Rockstar, and our buddy Forrester and Lunsford on the back row. Man, what a game last night. We had a chance to watch it up the street here at the beautiful restaurant and bar area at the Coastal. Our little sectioned off there had the mixture of Alabama and Taylor.
There was one other Auburn fan at the bar, I think. Yeah.
But it was one of those games where you just sit there and watch that Auburn team and you go, man, they're killing the three-point shot. And they actually, when the game was over with, even in the overtime loss, they out-rebounded the number one rebounding team in America. Auburn had 39 rebounds. Alabama had 38. But in the end, they just couldn't finish the deal in what was one of the more physical basketball games I can remember.
It was, man. What an incredible game. And I still don't know how Alabama won that game. I mean, Auburn's got a 17-point lead with under 11 to go. Alabama closes on that 26-9 run. Once it went to overtime, although Auburn still scratched and clawed and kept it close, you just had the feeling the game was over at that point. And yesterday we said if Wendell Green doesn't have a good game, Auburn can't win.
Well, guess what?
Yeah, he had a terrible game.
Yep.
2 of 10, 9 points, and Auburn still had every opportunity and should have won that game last night.
He did hit a clutch three-pointer, Wendell Green did, and to your point, Dunaway, it felt like, and I'd have to go look, Auburn's best three-point performance of the year, 12 of 20. It's one of those games where you're like, God, they were only 12 for 20. I mean, it seemed like they were 16 for 20 from beyond the arc.
But I think at one point they were 10 of 12.
Yeah, I mean, they were red hot. Yeah.
So they were killing it early on when they built those multiple double-digit leads. A lot to get to in this game, including Alabama. We don't want to get lost in talking about this game and not miss the point that it's been a great season for Alabama, and they are your SEC champions. They cut down the nets last night in Tuscaloosa. But first, we had such a enormous reaction from Bruce Pearl after the game. We want to get into that. I want to play it for you first from our friends at the Auburn Network. Bruce Pearl, cut number 3. This is in his post-game interview with Andy Burcham. He's the other voice you hear here. And we're down here on the coast. We watched the game. We noticed how physical the game is on both sides, I thought. I mean, Brandon Miller they had a great defensive scheme for Brandon Miller. I don't think anybody felt like they were getting, clean movement on the court at both sides, whether you're crimson or orange and blue. But Bruce afterwards, Bruce is very passionate. That's one of the traits that makes Auburn basketball so good. In doing his post-game radio interview with Andy Burcham, this is what it sounded like on the Auburn radio network.
Club played its heart out tonight, Bruce.
Yep, we played well. We played hard. We should have won the game. Very, very disappointing. Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them at the end of the day. I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed! We played hard. It played well. If that's the number one team in the country, come on the road, hostile environment. But we needed that one to get the NCAA, and we didn't get it. Dylan Cardwell's hurt. He's probably not going to play. against Tennessee because of his injury. We need his physicality. He got fouled down there at the end of the game. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke.
And that's how he walks off at courtside there.
Yeah, just slams the headset down. I mean, he was super pissed. Yeah,
on the Auburn Radio Network, Learfield Communications.
Yeah, look, we've seen passionate Bruce Pearl. I've never seen that side of Bruce that publicly. Like, I've seen him yelling at officials where I assume he was yelling some of that same stuff, probably a little more colorfully. But I've never seen that publicly. I mean, that is.
You don't see that anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty rare you see a coach be that open about how frustrated they are with the way the game was officiated without just basically calling the officials out.
Yeah.
And I don't know that what he did there rises to a Southeastern Conference fine.
Oh, he'll be fine.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Lance thinks it rises to a Southeastern Conference fine.
I 1,000% think he will be fine.
Do we fine coaches still for post-game comments?
I think when they criticize officials, but I think I don't know if it's the discretion of the SEC office to cross the line or there's certain words you have to say. I don't know. I would be fine with him not being fined there.
I mean, the word joke was, that was pointed at the officials.
We do that, but unless he says officiating, I don't know if you get fined or not. But that's what we read into it, right? The joke. But let me ask you this question, okay? And this is a big question that I think is a fair question. When you play physical, right? When you are a team that plays unbelievable physical defense, and we always go back to Nolan Richardson's 40 minutes of hell, right? But Tennessee and Auburn, Bruce's calling card, man, is we're going to get in your grill and we're going to play you hard defensively all night long. And when it gets into a game like that, sometimes fouls, it generates fouls. There were a lot of fouls called last night, and there were a lot of fouls not called last night. But I felt like that was the kind of game Bruce wanted it to be, right?
I thought they let it get physical, and I know Auburn fans today say they didn't get fouls called they should have. Had Alabama lost, they would be saying the same exact thing. I get that that's how that works, but I'm with you. I thought they let it be a physical game, which I think benefited Auburn.
That's right. Yeah, I think that game, if you'd have asked Bruce going into the game, if you wanted it to be officiated the way it was officiated last night, he would have said, please.
Right.
Because I don't think we can be in space with them and you call ticky-tacky fouls and we keep it close.
That's right. Like, you watch the teams that Alabama has struggled with. Those are the teams where they have let it get. I mean, Tennessee is a great example in Knoxville, Lance. They let it get very physical in that game, and Alabama did not respond well. And, in a lot of ways, Alabama didn't respond well last night until the very, very bitter end. I mean, they waited to the last possible moment to start responding well.
I can't remember, though, the last time I saw 3 starters foul out of a game. And I know there was an additional 5 minutes in overtime. But 29 fouls to 20 fouls. I mean, just watching it in real time, it didn't seem like anything was egregious over the top one way or the other. Again, I agree with you. I think they just let them play.
Hey, and by the way, it went 2 hours and 40 minutes with the fouls they didn't call. I mean, imagine how long we would have been there.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have that one review that lasted an hour and a half.
Yeah, 30 minutes. I mean, if I'm a Texas TCU fan, I'm like, my gosh, can you guys get on with the game?
Well, I still don't know why that took so long. Well, 2 guys left the bench, and I know we'll get into that. But.
No, we'll get into it right now. I want to get a sponsor in here before we continue on. But our friends at Peachtree Planning helped LT out a lot. But we're watching that, and to your point, we were telling everyone, okay, 3 is going to be ejected. Yep. I didn't see Bediako, but I said 3 is going to be ejected because he went all the way down,
all the way to the baseline,
all the way to the baseline. So that was going to be ejection. I called that from the coastal down here. Surely they can make that call a lot faster. Yeah. We'll talk about it here in a second.
Hey, a financial misstep can cost you years off your retirement. It can cost you, kids' education, a lot of different things. Let me tell you about our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Peachtree Planning, an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients all across the country. These are local guys, though, very trustworthy. I've known them for years. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. That is Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Write the number down. Tell them the next round sent you. 205-965-3437. That's 9-6-5, 34-37.
And the rule is during an altercation on the court, even everybody's saying there's a timeout. Think about, but
that does complicate this a little bit.
It does, but you can't go where the altercation is happening.
That part's not complicated.
I know you're not. I was explaining.
No. I know. I'm just saying everybody's leaving the bench already because it's media timeout. So normally it's a little easier to police that. That was my point.
That's right.
Because if you got a guy coming off the bench in normal play, it's going to be easy to police that. But now you've got the whole team coming off because it's a media timeout. So, Griffin, that's why they had to go to video because, I don't suspect that the referees knew whether Griffin was in the game or not. I don't play,
you have
that's
to
not
go,
really on them.
Right. You have to go back and check, okay, who's supposed to be on the floor? And then why is 3 all the way down here? And Bediako gets ejected. But that's another thing. You go back to Bruce and again, I want to say up front, Bruce and his staff coached a hell of a game.
They did.
A hell of a game. They had Alabama beat what's the old saying? 2 ways, 3 ways to Sunday,
whatever.
4 ways to Sunday,
6 ways to Sunday.
6 ways to Sunday. They had Alabama beat 6 ways to Sunday twice in this game, and Alabama's the number 1 overall seed. And I think they did it with an inferior roster to Alabama. So hats off to Bruce and them.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but when you talk about a break in a game to have with 7:48 to go in the contest, and Alabama's on a heater trying to close that 17-point gap. And you get that, foul on the baseline, Quinterly going up and getting the basketball, the little hands-on altercation, air quotes, that went on, and then you have that lengthy timeout, which would seem to benefit Auburn to cool Alabama off on the hot streak, and then to get 2 of the home team team ejected, and Bediako's a starter, and Ryland Griffin's a shooter, which they needed in that game because nobody was hitting threes. To get those guys ejected from the game off your home court, that was another advantage Auburn where they, really should have finished the deal and won the basketball game.
Yeah, I thought it was I guess it kind of flipped the other way for Auburn, though. Again, Alabama closed on that 26-9 run, but when you lose Bediako, you lose Griffin. And, Griffin, last 5 games is struggling. Overall, though, and I know we'll get to this point, too, but Alabama, the last 3 games since this whole Brandon Miller situation has gone public, man. It's just
not the same team,
different basketball team.
Nope. They got a lot to fix. Alabama does if they're going to make a deep run in this tournament. But to your point on Auburn, you get bad calls, you get officiating that doesn't go your way on the road, especially. If that cost you a 5-point game, you could look at it and point the finger at it. Was it a contributing factor? The way the game was officiated to losing a 17-point lead, maybe so. But you can't let it cost you a 17-point lead. You've got to be able to overcome things like that. You just can't blow a 17-point lead. I don't care what the officiating's like.
And not 17 in the first half.
No.
Not 17 early in the second half. 17-point lead with about 10:30 to go in the game.
Last quarter of the game, basically.
Yeah, and it took a 16-0 run to cut into that by Alabama. But still at the end, you had Wendell Green, ball in hand, 15 feet away, that hits the front of the rim. Auburn could have walked it off right there. A good, clean look from Wendell that didn't go, and they get to overtime, and that's where Alabama wins it 90-85. Tyler, give me cut 1 because you saw video there of Nate Oats helping his daughter up to help cut down the net in Tuscaloosa. Our friends at ABC 3340, always kind with their time and their tape, helping us out here on the show. Cut number 1, here is Nate Oats after the net cutting ceremony last night in Tuscaloosa, talking about being SEC champions at Alabama.
Listen, it was a big night tonight for us. It was an Auburn-Alabama game. We expect it to be a great game. Bruce had his guys ready to go. To be down 17 with just over 10 minutes to go in the game, I couldn't be more proud of our guys. Second SEC championship in 3 years here. And it was especially special tonight to do it in front of our fans. They were great tonight. I really want to thank our fans for all their support. They brought the energy. I thought it fueled our run there in the second half. We achieved a lot this year. We swept our in-state rival, which is a big deal around here. We went undefeated at home. It's not easy to do. Like I said, we won the SEC regular season. So we still got things we want to accomplish ahead of us. The guys have worked hard. I'm super proud of them.
Now, that's Nate Oats last night after cutting down the nets. They're the SEC champions. They head to Texas A&M in a game that really Alabama's just trying to hold on to the number 1 overall seed now. That's what's on the table for them. What's on the table for Auburn coming up this weekend at home against Tennessee? We'll talk about that in just a second after LT tells us about our friends at Oats.
It's a Birmingham institution. I really wonder what the questions were last night, Brown.
I don't know, Lance.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've had a chance to sit around here, Kelsey, Taylor, you, me, Brown, for a couple of nights. Is there a question we've asked at the table we can ask anybody? We've been pondering life and trying to solve all the world issues.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Does anybody need another bushwhacker? I'm headed to the
bar. Anyway, Oats.
Every round on you or me?
Every Wednesday night we do team trivia around 8 o'clock. Again, it's Birmingham Institution. Rodney Davis cooking up great food for over 3 decades. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, inside or outside on the patio. I don't even know what Birmingham weather is going to be this weekend. Have you guys looked?
I'll look it up, Lance.
Yeah, check that out. But go see Will Haver and that great staff. Again, Oats Tavern, Crestline Village. Great place to watch all of your college basketball. I bet trivia actually started late last night. What time did the game end?
The game ended like 8:30. I bet you're right. It started late.
I think it was 8:30. Yeah. It's 82 in Coastal again down here today. So just another beautiful day. We'll continue the conversation about the game last night with our buddy Richard Hendricks in the next segment. But for Auburn coming up this weekend now. And listen, if I'm on the committee, right? Yeah. I assume I'm watching basketball, right? You assume if I'm on the committee, I'm watching basketball.
I would assume.
Especially a game like Alabama and Auburn last night. So I'm watching that game. Even though Auburn loses in overtime, should I not in my head as a committee member think to myself, well, Auburn on the road just played with my number 1 overall seed like that. That can't count like a normal loss.
Well,
that can't count like a normal loss.
Technically, it didn't. In the net, Auburn didn't move.
Right.
So it did in the net. Now, I hate that we reward losses. I hate that. And that's one of my frustrations with the NCAA basketball tournament. And I get it that if you're going to have 68 teams, you're going to have to do some things. But I hate the way losses are rewarded. But, I mean, Lance, if Auburn were still ranked, and let's say Auburn was ranked 20th and you're a voter and you watched that game last night, would you penalize them for that loss?
I wouldn't penalize them for the loss, but, as the quality loss, it was a horrible loss to Kentucky.
There's no doubt. You definitely penalize them for that.
And I still look at a team that now has – it was a gritty performance by Auburn. We're also talking about a team that has now lost 8 of their last 11. And I'm also looking at an Alabama team over the last week plus hasn't looked the same.
They haven't. If I was making a case for Auburn though today, I would say you would tell me that at least last night's loss maybe equaled out how bad they looked at Kentucky to where I could get back to, can we count those as just 2 normal losses and counting instead of 1 horrible loss and 1 quality loss? Does it average out as just 2 normal losses?
I mean, Auburn is going to be one of those teams. If they beat Tennessee, I think they probably are not one of these teams. But, I mean, if they lose to, I don't know. Maybe they're not. I was about to say Auburn's going to be one of those teams that is going to be talked about on Selection Sunday. Maybe even have the camera in Auburn for the CBS broadcast. But, I mean, if they don't beat Tennessee, I think they're probably on the outside looking in. I think it's going to come down to that Tennessee game. And then if they do them, you probably don't see the cameras in Auburn.
Here's Bobby from Homewood, one of the all-time great Auburn fans. Normally, after an emotionally crushing loss, Little T, Taylor, recent graduate from Auburn. Listen to this. You tell me if you agree with this or not.
I think wants to hear anything about this based on.
No, trust me, this is Bobby. He's one of yours. You ready?
It took her a while to shake it, by the way.
Yeah, it did. Well, I went through how many steps of grief are there? Is it 9?
7.
7. I think I witnessed all 7 with Taylor.
Taylor is unbelievable at everything she does, and she is the best Auburn fan. So see if you agree with Bobby, Taylor. Here we go. Normally, after an emotionally crushing loss like last night, I would say Auburn would get beat Saturday against Tennessee, even in the jungle. However, with Ziegler out, with Bruce's post-game tirade, an NCAA tournament berth on the line, plus the jungle, he says it equals Auburn blowing out Tennessee Saturday in Auburn. Do you agree that Bruce, the way he's handled all this, you feel great about Auburn?
Yeah. them playing at home. Now
she also thought they were going to go 12-0 in the regular season in football.
Okay, but here's something. I was just informed by the fine staff here at the Floribama that spring break starts next week for the Bama, right? So for the next month,
Saturday.
The next month is spring break, and he told me Auburn is part of that. So will that affect the Jungle? So you think enough will stay back? Yeah. So. Yeah. So I think what Taylor's saying is there's enough that will delay their spring break for this game.
By just one day.
Yeah, just
maybe,
one day.
Maybe
you can get to the beach on Sunday just like Kansas.
Yeah, I don't know if you give up a day spring break.
Let somebody else.
You only get so many.
Let somebody else go do the check-in process for you. You get there after check-in. Yeah, Taylor's point. A lot of people don't do a full week of spring break.
You know who would?
I used to do 8 days.
You know who would be a bad Auburn fan?
If it was the Rams, I would push spring break.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Yeah.
you're saying you'd give up spring break for a Rams game.
I assume Neville will be completely packed and the atmosphere will be great. And I think they're going to be favored in this game. Cordwell coming off the bench. I mean, Auburn does lack size overall.
Yeah.
And when you lose last night, Williams, Broom, and Cardwell, but Cardwell probably as
Bruce said.
Have you guys got an update?
I haven't, but Bruce last night did not seem positive.
It's one of those ankle sprains that you get evaluated today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was any, it wasn't an Achilles, didn't look like it was any ligament damage. We'll get more details tomorrow.
And real quick, Bobby follows up. We got to get to Richard Hendricks, but apparently this is being confused in the chat room, and he wants us to clear up that both Javon Quinterly and Wendell Green received offsetting technicals, if you want to call it that way,
and
for the altercation play.
They don't shoot free throws.
They don't shoot those. Yeah. And as he said, both of them deserve the technicals they got. I don't really disagree with that. You got to get that situation under control.
Yeah.
So in that home altercation, whatever you want to call that, both Green and Quinterly got technicals. And Quinterly, I mean,
by the way, he was fantastic last night.
Quinterly?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, boy, at times he feels like he's feast or famine. Huh?
Yeah, we got a whole segment coming up on March Javon. I'm trying to get a playoff Lenny or something like that.
Playoff Lenny? Yeah. It's going to be a tough one with March Javon.
Yeah. Q1 Quinterly. I don't know. We'll work on something for that.
Why don't you workshop that one?
Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Here's what's coming up in our Michelson look ahead, LT. We've got Richard Hendricks in the next segment. Jason Campbell talking Auburn football with us at 11 o'clock. And our final segment from the Floribama today at the end of the show, we'll have one of their greats here. Jennifer Parnell will join us to lay out some of the great events coming up this spring and summer at the historic Floribama from 1964 all the way into the future. This place stands for great music and fun and good times. We continue that here today. Thanks to Michelson for our look ahead today.
Yeah, imagine if you're in the back of the room here at the Dome on a Friday or Saturday and you're watching Big Earl and you can't see the wheel clearly because you don't have good vision.
That's right. And you wonder, what did that land on?
And then the person that gets on stage that unwraps those puppies, you can't see those either.
It's all blurry.
That's true. 969-8100. That is the number you need to call. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sits you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I'm speaking from experience. Got the procedure done. I had the 2200 vision. Legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business, in my opinion. Make the call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 2015 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, back with you on the Next Round from the floor of Bama on our third day down here. We'll get into some of our activities yesterday afterwards, including a really great cheeseburger in an interesting conversation with Brown and Mine's server from the trip down here. Awkward moment by Dunaway again, yelling out her name, remembering it from the other night. But we'll get to Richard Hendricks talking about Alabama's win over Auburn in just a second, right after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, hey, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injured the elbow in the driveway shooting hoops? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All right. You see him on the SEC Network. You saw him play at Alabama. He is Richard Hendricks at rhendricks35 on Twitter. He is with us now to look back at last night's game on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Richard. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing great, guys. Thank y'all for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming back on. There are a lot of ways we could go with the way this game was played. I want to start with Auburn because it's got to be, and it's clearly frustrating to Bruce Pearl when you look at his reaction last night. But, I mean, this is an Auburn team that's played Alabama twice now as well as anybody has in the country, really, and they've got 2 losses to show for that. I mean, it's just got to be incredibly frustrating. I mean, I'm not saying you'd rather get blown out, but to play them as well as they have twice now and lose both those games, I mean, Bruce Pearl, the frustration is real for him.
It definitely is real, and I think he has a good case because Auburn is a really good team. I've had a chance to watch them up close and personal, and you know, they've had a tough draw this season. When you talk about the fact that Auburn has had to play scheduled by the league Tennessee twice, Alabama twice, and Texas A&M twice, teams who are at the top of the league, that definitely makes it a tougher draw than other teams have. And they've also had a bunch of close losses where they're losing games by 2 points to Vandy, 5 to Texas A&M, 3 to Tennessee, and 5 to Alabama in the recent overtime game. So all season long, they have just been right there at the end. They can't catch the break when they need to catch it, but they've battled. And it's a really good team, and it's very got to be frustrating when you go to Tuscaloosa, take the game to overtime. You hit 12 threes when you've been struggling to shoot all season long. Alabama is not necessarily playing their best game. They're down by 17 points, and then you find yourself losing outcome once again. So, I mean, for Bruce Pearl, this is a really talented team, but they just don't have what it takes to get over the hump for that last little bit to put a W in the win column.
You know, to make that deep run, Richard, people need role guys to step up. And Javon Quinterly, the last couple of games, 40 points, including 24 last night. How key is he coming off the bench?
Well, he's huge, you know, and I think that the good thing for Alabama is you mentioned him being a role guy. On any other team, he would be a star player. But, you know, coming off an injury, you have a guy who's 24 years old, who has so much experience in big-time moments, and he can come bring a dynamic guard play for Alabama in the reserve spot. He can create his own shot. He can get downhill. He can create shots for other players, and he's not afraid of the moment. So when they have not just Quinterly, but so many other players on the depth chart to be able to step up and create things for themselves and for others, that's why Alabama is so dangerous.
You know, Richard, you played in all types of games, ones that was free flowing, and then some that were physical, like last night.
Right.
What role does the officials play in dictating how a game is played? And I guess I'm asking, if you're a team like Tennessee, Auburn, they like to, really get physical defensively. And if it plays that way, I guess there's a lot of uncalled fouls at both ends of the floor. Talk to me about officiating, about what you saw last night on how that game was, I felt like, allowed to get a little physical.
I definitely thought it was a physical game. And honestly, physicality is not the style that plays to Alabama's strength. So if you can get physical, it makes it a little more challenging for them, but they do have the talent. You know, I like to say, as you mentioned, when you played so much basketball, you know, if you foul 20 times, the referees call 20 fouls. If you foul 40 times, the referees call 20 fouls. So playing physical in many ways can come to your advantage, because at some point, the crowd, the coaches getting on them, officials are just not going to continue to foul a team out in the first half. They got to have players so that everybody settles down. Auburn does play a grind-out style because they don't necessarily have the depth, and they've had a lot of inconsistent shooting. But, you know, it's something, because they have been able to play this physical brand, but in the end, it's just not enough to get them over the hump to win games. But the officiating was something. And also, you know, for me, I sit courtside and I call a lot of these games. It's the worst thing in the world when you have this dead air, when you have to go to the monitor, sort things out. I was watching the SEC women's tournament yesterday between Florida and Kentucky. And anytime there's a confrontation, you have to go to the monitor and make sure there's a review. For me, those are situations. Listen, it's a basketball game. Some things happen sometimes. A technical foul on both ends and keep things going, because a lot of teams are able to stop momentum, make some adjustments, and do certain things. So it's not to say the officials are doing anything wrong, because they have to call the game according to how the rule book is. But it changes the complexity of the game based on how teams are playing in the flow, when you have to stop and have reviews based on the action going on the court.
Richard Hendricks is with us, the former Alabama great, now with the SEC Network. At rhendricks35 on Twitter is where you would follow him, at rhendricks35. You know, obviously there have been some off-the-court issues with Alabama. Everybody's aware of that. But since some of that came to light, their last three games, Richard, they've given up 76 in a win to South Carolina, 83 in a win at home against Arkansas, and 85 in the win against Auburn last night. That's not Alabama's defense this year. What has happened to their defense over the last three games?
Well, obviously it's the end of the season, and as you mentioned, there are a lot of things that's going on within the program. But, you know, when it gets a little bit tighter in the season, you know, teams are going to get a little more physical. They've also been playing some really good teams that have a lot to prove with NCAA tournament aspirations on the line and hoping to spoil Alabama's run. When you have so much time to figure out what a team can do, and when Alabama does rely so much on the outside shot, you are able to figure out a way to make the game a little bit rough for Alabama. I think the recent teams have been able to do so. Arkansas gave outstanding punch against Alabama. Auburn, the same thing. But Alabama, for some reason, offensively, is able to get it going. If they can get it going, and they can go on flurries and go on a 5-0 run, turn a 5-0 run into a 9-0 run, as you can see in the last couple of games, going on 15-0 runs, that's where the game is won for Alabama. It's for the offensive end. Now, defensively, they can be a really, really good team. But I think some teams have been able to find some areas that they can exploit Alabama and take advantage of their mishaps on the defensive end.
For Auburn to get into the NCAA tournament, a lot of people feel like an easy puncher ticket win would be Saturday against Tennessee. Zakai Ziegler's out for the rest of the year with Tennessee. Remove him from that volunteer team, and that makes them a little even more offensively challenged. What do you think about that matchup coming up Saturday down at Neville Arena with Tennessee and Auburn? Does Auburn have a chance to punch a ticket?
I think they have a big chance of punching a ticket. Obviously, you got an opportunity for a quad one victory with Tennessee coming to your house. You don't have Zakai Ziegler, in my opinion. He's one of the better point guards in the SEC. He's a true point guard, not a combo guard who likes to, play off the ball and shoot and score. He likes to facilitate, and mainly he controls the team. As you can see in that game they played against Alabama, Ziegler was the key to that game. He controlled the tempo. He didn't turn the ball over. He made really good plays on the defensive end by putting pressure and leading Tennessee at the top of the key with his defensive pressure. I think they're going to miss him tremendously. I think they were able to pull out the win last game, obviously, because he gets hurt in the middle of the game and you can make some adjustments and continue to play off of the momentum. But as teams are able to scout you and see what you're going to have to do, the backups are going to have a few days of preparation into a role where you really have a little bit more to think about, and the pressure is on you to play a complete game. I think it's going to be tough for Tennessee, and this is an opportunity that Auburn knows that they need. It's one of the better home court advantages in the Southeastern Conference. So I expect Auburn, who's been very close in recent games of getting tough wins over good teams, I think they can pull this one out and get it done, and I think that would be what they would need, according to the eye test, in my opinion, to get them in the NCAA tournament.
All right, he is Richard Hendricks, played at Alabama, of course. See him on the SEC Network now, and also follow him on Twitter at rhendricks35, at rhendricks35. Richard, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for the insight, and have a great weekend.
Thank y'all so much. Have a good one.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, Richard, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
One Alabama football update right after LT tells us about the great folks at Slice. If you're looking for a unique, fantastic pizza taste, Slice Pizza delivers that for you.
Local pizza, local ingredients created by the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff, really good friend. His legacy lives on through Chris and Jason. 4 great locations, including the newest location in Crestline Park, the original Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. Again, great specialty pizzas. You get that $75 curbside special on the way home tonight. Kick off the weekend a little early. You get the 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of those specialty pizzas. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Charlie Strong is back in Tuscaloosa as a defensive analyst, according to reports. He's coming back. He was with Kevin Steele at Miami last year. So Kevin Steele is your new defensive coordinator. Charlie Strong's coming back. Big benefit for Alabama, a variety of reasons. Can help Kevin with game planning, different roles for analysts this year when it comes to on-the-field practices that start in July with new rules. Plus, he's a guy that can evaluate recruiting tapes to line up recruiting boards, who to target, help you with game planning and everything else. Charlie Strong, big addition coming back.
No, that's a good addition. I find it interesting, though. He's been around the Alabama program, been an analyst in that Alabama program, and Nick Saban's had a couple chances to hire him as defensive coordinator and has not done so. So you wonder if Saban would ever look at him as a defensive coordinator down the road.
Personally, it makes me think that Charlie's not interested in that right now.
You don't think?
Yeah.
You don't think he'd want to be defensive coordinator at Alabama?
I don't know if he's still getting paid for doing something else, whether it's Texas money or anything else. I'm just saying that he had a chance. He could have been DC at Miami.
Yeah.
He could have been DC at a lot of places, which I think would have been an upgrade because he's a fantastic defensive coordinator. It makes me think that he's not really interested in that kind of position.
I don't know that I would say he's been a fantastic defensive coordinator. I think Charlie Strong's one of those guys. He's had some good moments. I've always thought he's a good defensive coordinator. I don't know that he's ever been the top in the game.
Everyone has an opinion.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're back yours up.
I mean, he had really good years as a head coach at Louisville. I mean, that obviously propelled him to the Texas job. Kind of amazing. This fall will be his 40th year of coaching.
That really is amazing. He does not look old enough to have coached 40 years.
His defensive coordinator stay in Florida I thought was really good. National champs in 06 and 08, and then they went on. He went on to start being a head coach. And at that point, you're not the same guy, right? You're not. It's not, you can't judge Nick Saban as a defensive coordinator when he became a head coach. So I really enjoyed his days at Florida as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, that was 2003 and 2004, his days at Florida.
He wasn't
2 years.
He wasn't there for 06, 08?
Well, he came back. Well, he was interim head coach and then he got held over. You're right. So God, he had a lot of titles at Florida. So 08 and 09 are when you're talking about. So he was on the Zook staff, and he got held over by Urban Meyer initially before he took the Louisville job.
I'm pretty sure he was. I thought he was DC in 06 too. I thought it was Mullen and Charlie Strong.
No, he was. He was.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't remember him winning 10 games as head coach at South Florida. Do you?
I do not. So that is a little bit of a surprise.
Seems like a high bar.
Yeah. He was 10-2 his first year, and then it kind of fell off after that. And don't mishear me. I'm not saying he is bad by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying I've never thought he was like elite of the elite, where if you've got a defensive coordinator job, that's the guy you're going to hire.
So Charlie Strong's back in Tuscaloosa in a support role as an analyst there. Comfort with Kevin Steele because they were together last year down at Miami. We'll get back into basketball at the top of the hour. Alabama's your SEC champions again. Second time in the last 3 years, the best 3-year run in Alabama basketball history since 1974 through 76, 90-85 overtime win over Auburn. But when we come back, what we did yesterday here on the Alabama Gulf Coast, a little fun. A unique place we went to for lunch and dinner last night, and we'll jump into something else, including Tesla stock, up or down. We'll give you an update on that when we come back right here on the show that's being brought to you by our wonderful friends at Bud Light. Bud Light, man, I've had 1,000 of them down here this week. They go hand in hand with spring and summer here in the South. When you're thinking about your next beer, make it a Bud Light.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round, live from the floor of Bama, 177 days from week 0 of college football, but spring drills going on everywhere, including in Auburn. We'll talk to Jason Campbell coming up at 11 Central this morning. Alabama's your SEC basketball champions. We'll get into some other news and notes in just a second, and back to college basketball at the top of the hour. But our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years of service. Call Waynes.com, or you can actually call them up at 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They are continuing now that $50 off when you add any of the services at Wayne's for existing customers or new customers. You can save $50 on all your mosquito, your pest, your termite, and your lawn services. But really, this time of year, I want to focus on the mosquito and lawn services. It's that time of year, getting out to grill. We have the Grilling King right here. You know, one thing the Grilling King doesn't want when he's outside grilling, he doesn't like mosquitoes, man.
Yep.
Who does?
And that's why I use Wayne's. And I'm telling you what, man, I know it sounds crazy, but that mosquito service in the backyard, we never have them, ever.
But it shuts them down. A safe, effective way to take care of the mosquitoes. That's what Wayne's offers you. And then those beautiful, lush lawns that your kids can run around barefoot and have the best childhood ever. It comes from our friends at Wayne's. Get those services and save $50 off if you use the promo code TNR. TNR. Every time you go to callwaynes.com for any of your services, whether you're existing or new, put in TNR and see what great offers you get. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or literally call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. More of the news headlines here in just a second. But first, yesterday, we got to get out on the boat again and go cruising around.
Tough Wednesday.
Weren't the only one.
It has been my favorite trip to the floor of Bama ever, and the boat has made it that much more fun. Cruising around here on the Gulf Coast on the water. I agreed with our friend Mick yesterday, who was on the boat with us.
Mick Gillespie.
Mick Gillespie. A lot of you Alabama fans know him from his Bama Online work. He says once you come down here and you live here for a while or you stay here for a while, you instantly get boat envy, and you've got to have a boat. You've got to get on the water somehow. No matter how big your boat is, you got to have a boat to get on the boat. If you live here long enough, you got to get on the water.
Yeah, look, he's got a boat. He obviously said he doesn't have a boat like the Invincible. But March 1st yesterday, just incredible weather. And he said, you know, that's the problem with living down here is you'll be working, you'll look outside and how nice it is. You just want to get out on the boat.
Yeah.
I would love to live down here one day. I really would.
You know, I just wonder, it's something you say when you come to the beach. You always, I would love to live here. And you wonder if you do. Now, a lot of people have made that choice. But, I mean, this time of year, I think it'd be great. It's in season when it's so crowded. You always wonder how that is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, the twofold, when it's like crazy crowded, like June, July, early August, and then when it's completely dead, like, you know, what's it like in January and February? Of course, we were here in February.
Yeah, exactly. And we were here in December, so I would imagine December's a lot like January.
Yes. Probably could have made it.
Yeah, you probably could survive.
I don't think there is anything such as a dry January here, though, right?
I don't think there's a dry January. But the weather's been fantastic. Taylor, let's do a Bud Light poll question, and we'll send that out from at Next Round Live, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. So we'll send out this poll question. Would you want to live on the Gulf Coast some point in life? Yes or no?
I think this is going to be overwhelming.
Well,
I think 80-20.
I think Brown's going to hit a note here with you. Brown's going to say there are people who like to visit but don't want to live here.
Here's what I would like, Lance. I would like to own a house here and come when I want. That would be my preference. Like if we're able to pick our future here, my preference would be I still live in Birmingham, or if you live in Nashville and wherever, but I own a house here and I can drop in anytime I want on the coast. That would be what I would prefer. I don't think I would want to live here full time.
You know, our good friend Herb Wenches, I thought he was doing it the right way. He's since relocated in the off season to Nashville, but he had a place down here. He'd come down after Labor Day weekend and stay until late March, early April, and then move to the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, so now I could live with that.
That seems pretty ideal, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems very ideal.
You know, part of me, though, I used to be such a summer guy, you know, love summer, love the beach and all that. But if I literally was retired and did not have to work, part of me thinks about owning a house in the mountains somewhere. And then when it was football season and basketball season, I just go up to my mountain home and I just lock in the sports room and just,
you're going to cut wood and
just grow a beard,
See,
get
problem-
real hairy,
run a trout line.
Get real hairy. My problem with living down here is I do like the change of seasons, and we don't always get that in Birmingham, but I do like the fall, and I like those first couple winter days where it's cold. Now, by January and February, I am done with winter, but those first couple cold, crisp days, I do like that.
I agree, but I don't think you can beat what we had yesterday out on that boat.
That's hard to beat. Yes,
it was perfect.
It's hard to beat.
Another poll question, maybe, or at least we can go around the room here in the dome. Awkward moment with Jim or not yesterday?
The answer is yes. That's
Are we talking about the server?
Always click yes.
So we're eating at Pirates Cove, a great cheeseburger in paradise, and we're over there yesterday. We're waiting on our food, and 4 young ladies boat in. They come in, do a few shots, and they're getting ready to boat out. And somebody said, those girls work at at the steakhouse Brown and I stopped at.
Yeah, because we were joking with them about us just randomly being out on the middle of the day on a Wednesday in a boat. They said, "Are y'all in the Floribama boat?" We're like, "Yeah." And
our boat was slightly bigger than theirs.
Yes. A little more expensive. And so we're like, "Yeah, we're in the Floribama boat." They were busting our chops about us being out, in the middle of a day on a Wednesday in the boat. We're like, "Well, what are you guys doing here?" "Well, this is our only off day." And then Lance said they're servers at Big Mike's Steakhouse. Dunaway and I had stopped at Big Mike's Steakhouse on the way down, and we realized one of them was our server.
Yeah, you did. I said, I think that girl in the back, in the thong, is the was our server from the other night.
Turned out she had some tattoos I didn't realize she had when she was serving us. Yeah.
So I instantly said, "Morgan!"
Yeah, Dunaway.
And she turned around. It was her.
Which I think that was more awkward than Brown yelling Marshall Tucker.
Oh,
2
yeah.
nights ago.
That was more Marshall
gosh.
Tucker. Rockstar would tell you he hates that when people scream.
Rockstar hates everything, but I think that was definitely more awkward because how else would you do? Like, she had to be like, "Why is this middle-aged white guy yelling my name from up on the deck?"
Yeah,
while
and
I'm
she was out in the wild.
Yeah, so then,
as you said, in a very limited bikini.
Yeah.
Was she a good server?
She was a
she's a fantastic server.
Yeah,
she had a really good personality, and we cut up with her a little bit at the steakhouse. And then when I think she remembered us because
I paid.
Well, Jim paid, and he's super tipper Dunaway, and
he probably got a 40%er, didn't he?
I just assume all the gas in the tank came from my tip. Now they may have run out of gas on the way back. That engine did not sound like it was clicking on all cylinders.
That was probably a 12-foot boat. Do they make them that small?
It's a small boat,
but it was
4 girls.
4 chicks hanging off of it. All of them had like White Claws and shots of tequila.
They were getting after it. Yeah.
I think the person to foot ratio of that boat was about what you go from Havana to Key West in.
Yeah.
I mean, there was not a lot of open
I thought
space
you were
there.
talking feet, not foot. I was like, Jim, they all had 2, so the person to foot ratio was 2 to 1, literally.
No,
1
but
to 2.
I'm talking about the size of the boat,
length of the boat.
Yeah, not a lot of open space on that boat. It's a small boat.
We saw what it must be like for Cubans to defect.
Oh wow!
And
I don't think they wear bikinis.
Yeah, I think the engine.
But would you feel more safe on a raft coming out of Havana or on that boat with them?
I know which one I would choose. Freedom be damned. I'm thinking the boat who's in the safe harbor right now. But I think they were running on open water in the bay on like a 50 horsepower. I mean, it was like
you're making it sound like a trolley motor.
It might have been. I still don't know how they had 4 people on that boat.
Yeah, I hope they made it back to dry land at some point. And they're not on some island right now. A fun day out here yesterday with our friends at the Floribama. Great meal last night at Coastal. And then back here, always for a fun night of music here at the Floribama. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you today?
I'm about a 9.
So you're 9 on the tired meter.
Yeah.
So your energy, your full energy at 10.
I just need like a 2 or 3 hour nap.
2 or 3 hour nap.
The problem is I've got to drive back to
that's a
Birmingham.
tough nap there when you're driving.
Now, but again, we're towards the end of the week. This could be another Bud Light poll question. Do we stay another night?
I knew this would happen.
Do you know if the condo is open?
No, it's not.
Open to negotiate? Yeah. There's a tropical storm coming? No. Taylor, Paul, will you coach her up?
There's never a tropical storm.
What can we do?
No.
We never discuss rain. It never rains in Alabama.
That's a reason not to go back. We don't need to go into the eye of the storm. We got to hunker down.
Yeah. This is a safe haven right here at the Floribama.
Never a tropical storm.
I've actually made it through a Cat 1 here before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like inside of this place?
Not in the Floribama, but here in Orange Beach.
Oh, okay.
And talk about a fun time. It was fun the night before, and then once it passed through, it was fun right afterwards. So, not that Cat 1s cannot be dangerous, but that one was not. All right, fun day here. Back to basketball when we come back. Let's get into a little bit of discussion about Alabama being SEC champions, yes, and about the reaction from Auburn fans, but also about Coleman Coliseum.
The hangar,
which was on display in all of its glory last night. We'll get into that. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. If you're looking for a great way to change your payroll, your HR, your benefits, if you're a small business owner, Simpio is the best way to do it.
Yeah, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Again, Simpio is going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars. That is compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits. It prices only large organizations. Get on average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. No annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467. That's 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 from the Floribama down here on a beautiful day. And that's just, I never check the weather when I'm on the Alabama Gulf Coast. And leave it to somebody like Taylor to sort of ruin my whole image. A tropical storm is coming. I did not know that. I'm in paradise down here, so be weather aware today, or whatever you're supposed to say about a tropical storm coming down this way.
We just got offered a free condo. Our friend Brett in New Mexico said he's got a condo if we wanted to stay another night. I told him I can't do it as much as I would love to.
Oh, I got business to take care of.
Yep. I'll be back in the ham.
I've got to literally judge a chili cook-off this weekend for our friends at the Exceptional Foundation.
I might be out there with you.
Really? Yeah. So it's one of the things I do every year. So I'm get to taste a lot of great chilies this weekend at the Exceptional Foundation cook-off. Looking forward to that. I think it's in the old area, the parking lot of the Brookwood Mall.
Yep. Oh, really?
In the Birmingham area. Huge event now. It's grown over the years. So I'll be doing that on Saturday.
Lance used to make out in the woods behind there.
He did.
I did.
He did.
We would take the service elevator, Brookwood. We take the service elevator up to the back of, I think it was Rich's then.
Right.
And we'd walk out the service hallway, and then there was like a drainage ditch that would take you up in the woods. But yeah. Hey, you got to work with what you got.
Into a nice flat area that you guys have sort of cleaned off and made it your own.
It was something. Bed of pine straw.
Bed of pine straw. This hour of the show brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, getting you into the games. Don't get choked up with some other services. Make it clear and easy to hear at mybookie.ag.
So after watching last night, Lance, what's the Bama Texas A&M line?
Bama 1.5.
Bama 1.5 at A&M. That's 11 a.m. CBS game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, 1.5.
Yeah, I remember you and I have always wondered how CBS picks their games for the SEC. And by the way, for the Big Ten, too, they have shown a lot of Ohio State on that Big Ten Sunday game on CBS, and Ohio State's awful. It's weird to me, and college basketball does this. They do all their selections preseason. They don't do like week to week like college football does a lot of times. And it creates a weird CBS schedule sometimes for the SEC. And one of those was to Alabama, Texas A&M. When I looked at it in the preseason, I'm like, why would they pick that game? They almost got a game for the SEC. It was very close to happening. What about Auburn, Tennessee, Lance? What are you going with on that one?
I will say that Auburn is a 2.5-point favorite.
Auburn 2.5 for LT in that one. You can play all those games and everything in college basketball, the NBA, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments. All right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget to use code NEXTROUND when you sign up at mybookie.ag, and you'll get a sign-on bonus up to $2,000 at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Listen, a lot of people play to make money. A lot of people play just to make it more exciting to watch games, have something fun to do with the games. You can do all that at mybookie.ag. They don't attach any strings to that sign-on bonus, by the way. It's not one of those you have to bet 10 times to make it yours, even 5 times. It's one bet and it's yours forever. Sign-on bonus is up to $2,000 at mybookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND at sign-up. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Hey, you brought up Ohio State real quick.
I did.
Chris Holtman is now in year 6.
It's got to be getting close.
Well, he won a game in the tournament last year. They won 20 games overall, but this is by far his worst season.
Yep.
He hasn't gone farther than the second round in 5 years. They're not getting the tournament, obviously, this year. So 6 years. Do you guys think there's possibility he gets fired?
I do. Yeah, I do.
He could. And at one point, he was the kind of coach that, in fact, I think when Alabama and Greg Byrne went out to find Nate Oats, which you have to admit was a little off the beaten path. What a great hire by Greg Byrne. I think he was a name that some people threw out there, man, go get this guy. This guy will take Alabama further than he's taken Ohio State.
Round of 32, one and done, round of 32 in his 4 postseason appearances there in the NCAA tournament. And as Lance said, he's going to miss everything in the postseason this year because they're 13-17, 5-14 in the Big Ten.
Look at the previous jobs. I'm not going to say he didn't deserve the Ohio State job.
But Butler, Sweet 16, just the one. I mean, yeah, kind of expect that out of Butler, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, when you look at Gardner-Webb, 2 losing seasons, 1 winning season, gets the Butler job. I don't know how he got that. I guess he was a former assistant.
I think he was an assistant. I don't know. That's a good question. He must have had some tie to Brad Stevens or something.
He was a Butler assistant 2013-14.
What is your perception of the Ohio State basketball program? I mean, what do you expect out of them?
Well, with that Mata, I mean, it was really good.
I know.
I would expect from Ohio State what I expect from Alabama. Honest to goodness. I mean,
you expect Alabama to make the tournament every year?
Yeah, and I would expect Ohio State in the Big Ten. They hand out those Big Ten bids like they're Pez out of a Pez dispenser.
4 times they've been the national runner-up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 11 Final Fours. I mean, that's a really good program that has fallen off a little bit.
But I go by the fact that, hey, your football program is so good. It's such a big athletic brand. Your basketball program shouldn't fall that far behind.
It's one of those where we've always said, you know, if people say you can't be good in basketball and football at the same time, I've never understood that line of thinking. And I've always said Ohio State's one that has proved it wrong. I mean, they have consistently been good in basketball and football at the same time for many, many years. They're not right now, but they have been.
Well, think about 2006 when Florida won that first championship against Ohio State. They played that same year for the national championship in football.
Yeah, and Florida did it for a minute with Billy Donovan. When you have Billy Donovan and Urban Meyer at the same time, Florida was the best athletics program in America.
But I think when you have the revenue-wise, that's the biggest athletic budget, is it not?
Yeah.
Ohio State?
And that's my point. You should be really good. All right, so here we go. Alabama wins last night. If I can get, I think it's cut number 4, Tyler. Bruce Pearl after the game last night. Alabama wins it 90-85, OT over Auburn. 17-point deficit in the second half, 66-49. Auburn leads it with 10:27 to go, and then it's all Bama down the stretch to get to it 75-75. Then Wendell Green misses a 15-footer. It goes to overtime, and that's where Alabama wins it. Javon Quinterly had 26 points. That's back-to-back game. He's provided the offensive push for the Crimson Tide. KD Johnson had a brilliant game shooting the 3, 21 points, but my goodness, he couldn't hit a free throw. When Auburn needed him to hit a free throw down the stretch, he was 7 of 12 from the free throw line, and Auburn missed 9 free throws, and he had 5 of them himself down the stretch there. So free throw shooting and a missed opportunity got the game to overtime. Now, in that contest, on that big altercation, Bruce Pearl had this to say about Janai Broome getting fouled underneath. And here's Bruce afterwards on what he thought was a physical game and some that he brought into question about the officiating a couple of times, including on the Auburn postgame show last night.
I got to go watch the play, but I thought that, was it Janai that took the shot that came in? Who was it? Was it?
It was a pass over the top to Janai.
Oh, that's right. There was a pass over the top, and about 3 guys kind of tackled him that play.
Yes.
Yeah. We're at Alabama. They play football over there at the football stadium. So we threw the ball. A couple defensive backs climbed on his back. Then the ball went out of bounds, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It was some sort of a scuff. You know, our bench stayed on the bench, and they had some guys come off, I guess. So the explanation was his 5th foul.
Yeah, I disagree with Bruce's, and he had not obviously watched the play, but I disagree with his description of that play. I mean, it was a physical play. Don't get me wrong. I do think it's weird that Broome got called for a foul there. I mean, a lot happened in all of that.
It did. I mean, Quinterly high points the ball, right?
That's right. Broome,
much like a DB.
The passes that you've got, I mean, you've got Broome on Mark Sears to start with, which how Auburn got that mismatch. I mean, and Mark Sears is doing everything he can to keep his body on Broome. So you dump the ball into Broome. Quinterly comes over from the backside. I
catches it up high.
Catches it. Well, it's almost like a dual catch. And
Broome's only got one arm in it right here. And so as they're following, Broome is holding onto his arm.
Yeah, and he twists. Quinterly does. They both go out of bounds. Quinterly throws the ball off Broome to get it out of bounds off Broome. Very physical play. I mean, if it's a no call, I'm okay with it. But then the 2 techs come. Quinterly mean mugs for just a second. I mean, I don't think like he stood over and stared at him, because then he starts looking at the referee saying it should be our ball. I threw it off broom. Then Wendell Green comes over, and that's where everything, started to escalate. When Wendell Green came over, put his hands on Quinterly, and KD Johnson did too. And Quinterly was slapping his hands off. Quit hitting me, Dunaway. So and we were asked earlier, why would Quinterly be teed up in that situation?
By Milkman.
By Milkman, yeah. And I just think most of the time referees, to get control of a situation, even if there's an instigator and a non-instigator, they'll do double technicals just so everybody settles down. I think that's normally the first move for officials.
Yeah.
Double technical.
Back to football, offsetting personal fouls.
Yeah, you see that all the time in football.
But if I've got my hands on you, right, which Wendell shouldn't do, but Quinterly at that point should just hold his hands up and walk away. I mean, that's what he should do. But he didn't do that. He slapped the hands away, and the hands go back. You slap the hands away again. So I had no problem with both of them being charged with a technical foul. Or neither being charged with a technical.
If you're trying to draw the technical, you hold your hands up and act like
that's right. That's right.
Act like you're being assaulted, right?
That's right.
I mean, if that's the way you draw the technical, and Quinterly slapped the hands off, which like if you put your hands on me, I might slap my hands your hands off.
And
that's a natural reaction.
And at that point, I'm going to go double tease.
Yeah.
So I thought the
that's
officials.
why they did it. Yeah.
I thought the officials did that right.
Yeah, they're trying to get control of the situation without it escalating, and control it right away. Now, did they spend way too much time at the monitor trying to figure all that out? Now, Pearl is right about leaving the bench. Again, it was a media timeout, so you naturally are going to have guys coming out on the court, but Rylan Griffin cannot go beyond the half court stripe. I mean, you got hard and fast rules on that. A lot of people are like, look, Bediako clearly was not inserting himself in the situation, and I agree with that. But you got to have something in place for those situations to say, if this guy, you got to take as much subjectivity out of it as you can.
That's
like
right.
The Rylan Griffin one was obvious. He should have been tossed. The Bediako, a little less obvious, but at some point you got to say, okay, if he's 12 feet off the bench, if he's across the midcourt line, you got to have some sort of hard and fast rule so you can make determinations in situations like that.
But by the way, Bruce is getting fined.
You say that
now
very confidently.
After hearing the second bite, you're all in on it.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. More to come a little bit later on that one. But Alabama wins the SEC championship 90-85. They cut down the Nets last night. They're second in the last 3 years. But that gets me to the question I want to ask, and we'll jump into this right after you tell us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, where great pricing continues after our trip up there earlier this month.
Yeah,
last month.
Yeah, that is true. It was last month. It was at the end of February last week. We were up at the Coleman store, I-65 exit 304. They've got the store in Decatur, I-65 exit 334. And they did so well in RV Show Month in February that they want to extend that for just a little bit longer. You can see the prices online at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com. Competitive financing, lifetime warranties on anything new and under 2 years used. And you can go see America this spring with an RV from Johnston RV Center. Again, visit them in person, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always see everything online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Now, listen what I'm about to say. I absolutely 100% would love a new basketball arena in Tuscaloosa.
Okay. So would Nate Oats.
I would 100% love a new basketball arena in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah. So would Greg Byrne.
Okay.
All right.
That said, the building they play in looks a lot different when the basketball team's really good and the place is full. You have to admit, like last night, the place didn't look as shitty as it usually does.
I mean,
there's a sales job done away.
You are right.
Definitely ought to be a realtor.
But we did have a side bet last night when the game was going on.
Okay, well, let's answer this question first. Let's get into this.
The reason I was bringing this up is Brown said if by chance they were to storm the court, it would take, what did you say?
Well, the side bet was Dunaway thought they were going to storm the court, that Alabama.
Yeah, but what did you say it would take to get the students in there?
I said they would have to rappel down the wall or go out in the concourse and come out on the floor level.
It would take an effort to get on the court, where if you're like at Cameron or at Auburn,
they're on the court.
You're on the court, basically. You just basically take a few steps and you're out there dancing with the team.
The atmosphere looked great, but it still doesn't look like what you get in the Big Ten.
Yeah. No, it is a crappy setup.
God, the Big Ten. That was good. That's your example.
Big Ten, man.
They have basketball arenas that are built
but
right on top of the court.
You know what Coleman Coliseum is in the Big Ten? without the history, Assembly Hall and Bloomington.
Maybe, but it seems like they're closer to the action. I mean,
They might be.
The Alabama fans are so removed from the court. I mean, it's what is normally your first row, LT, really great seats back in the day. His first row, he's row one.
Yeah.
And how far away from the court are you?
Those row ones, I mean, you're 20, 25 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2020, the way the arena designed before they actually put seats on the court, the row is 25 feet from the court.
Here's one way I gauge how good a home court advantage you have just watching on TV. When you're watching on TV, are you aware of where the students are? Is that a fair assessment? Like, as I'm watching on TV, am I aware? So when I watch an Auburn game at home, and I know where they are. When Florida's really good in the O-Dome, and I watch a game there, obvious where the students are.
It's on this side. I hate that too. It's on the camera side.
But you know where they are.
Yeah.
That means, by the way, if you can see them in the camera shot, they got really good seats. Same with Auburn. Same with Duke.
Yep.
When you watch a North Carolina game, that's a tough place to play. Where are the students in North Carolina?
I don't really remember that.
That's right. Bloomington, Indiana. That was my point. That's why I'm making those comparisons, is you can watch an Alabama game and not even realize where the students are sitting.
Barely in the corner. You can see a little bit of it. The students were amazing last night.
I'm sure they were. I'm sure it was a great atmosphere. I wasn't there. I've been to Coleman Coliseum in forever, so I don't know. But I'm just saying that generally is a good gauge to me of how good a home court, without me ever attending. Like Lance mentioned, the Big Ten. You know one that jumps out at me? Illinois. Their fans are freaking standing right there on the court.
Yeah,
I mean, their students are standing right on the court.
And that's my point. Now, I go to a lot of basketball games. We were down here last night, so I wasn't at that one. My friends there were texting me about how awesome the atmosphere was. It was a really good Saturday for Arkansas. At some points, as loud as I can remember, to back early in the Godfrey days, back to Wimps days. So the atmosphere is fantastic. Are we to the point now, if you're not going to get a complete new building, could we go back to to what Greg Byrne, I think, originally wanted to do and sort of gut the inside?
We've already done that.
And redesign the lower part and move everybody closer to the court.
That's the way Greg pitched it to us years ago when Greg was very early on the job.
I think it's his first year.
It was maybe his first year, but that's very early on the job. He stopped us one time. We were talking to him, and he said, we were like, you got to build a new arena. Got to build a new arena. He goes, well, let me propose to you this idea. And he shared two. Lance, one of them was Georgia Tech, and the other one was
Arizona.
Was it Arizona?
Where he had come from.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, listen, those buildings were dated. They weren't well laid out. They weren't real fan friendly. They weren't difficult to play in. And those both, they kind of gutted them and created something. And we can do that here. I've looked at Coleman Coliseum. It's got the bones to do that. So he tried to pitch us on that. Since then, though, here's the problem with that, Dunaway. Here's the problem with that. You're 16 years old, right? I take you car shopping, and we go test drive new cars. And you look at those, right?
Yep.
And then I say, all right, we're going to go over to the used car lot, and
this is not going to end the way you want it to end.
And we're going to go over to the used car lot, Jim. And you see that '88 Caprice? It's $6,000. That's what Daddy can afford. So you're going to drive that one.
Yeah, but my choice is I get no car or I get the one Daddy can.
No, you've already got a car. You already got a car. It's an old car. Yeah.
Okay. Is that car better than the one I have? Yeah. I'm just saying.
It's not a brand new car, though. We've driven.
So are you saying you're content now as an Alabama fan?
I'm not content. I want a new arena. I'm just saying the place when they were unbeaten at home this year. Nate's got it rocking and rolling. If the crowd keeps coming like that.
You're saying my grill would be better if Brown used it.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
That's a given. Let's start using absurd.
15,000 strong there last night. What a shame it would have been if it was 11,599.
But it wasn't even sold out, was it?
Are you kidding me? Yeah, hard sell.
I'm just looking here. It looked like it, but it says here it was 93% capacity.
That's really? On ESPN?
Yeah. Let me show you guys.
Well, if you can't sell that one out.
Here it is right here.
Yeah,
attendance 13,474.
Oh,
wow, Jim.
Wow,
that's a loss for you right there.
100
short. Well, here, is that official announcement?
I mean, I don't know.
100 short of capacity.
That's what it says.
Freaking
football
school.
I'm going to go.
I find that hard to believe too. But
what you
football school,
right?
1,000 short to win to cut down the nets.
I mean,
100 short.
Oh, 100 short.
What's the official? I've got it at 13,474.
Yep.
That's what he has.
And they say capacity is 14,474.
So 1,000 short.
No. Yeah, it would be 1,000 short. I think they just messed up. I mean, what are the chances is exactly 1,000?
I mean,
so wouldn't you think that the capacity is probably 13,400?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've got the capacity wrong on ESPN.com is your problem. I think the capacity is now 13,474.
Reconfigured.
Yeah, that's going to be your problem with where you're getting that from on ESPN.com. That's on them. Yeah, but I mean, you're playing for an SEC championship. You're playing Auburn. You're the overall #1 seed in the tournament. You sell that building out.
Yeah, if there's really 1,000 open seats last night,
there weren't.
We got to bring back giving out the ODK trophy.
Well,
I am so glad that has died.
Me
by
too.
The way.
Me
so
too.
Alabama finished 15-0 at home, right, or 16-0?
15-0 at home.
Yeah. So our friend Jimmy Anthony just said that they had 8 sellouts this year, including last night.
Yeah. Season ticket holder, 8 sellouts, including last night. Yeah. And listen, I want the new arena, but also, I mean, if that's not going to happen, if you're telling me that's not going to happen in the foreseeable future, then let's configure that thing. Let's get some.
Well, but there's
get some jackhammers in there and reset up the court. Move those students a little closer.
There's a thing about throwing good money after bad money, though.
Yeah,
and that's what you're concerned about. And I think the biggest concern, really, you tell me if I'm wrong, the biggest concern with not addressing arena was losing Nate Oats, and for a multitude of reasons, it appears you've avoided that. So, I mean, I do think Greg Byrne has bought a little time on this deal. If your whole goal is to keep Nate Oats in that program, and certainly the on the court situation has been fairly flawless this year. They've obviously had some hiccups off the court, some of it his fault, some of it not. But you've got, or some of it could be blamed on him, some of it not, I guess is a fairer way of me putting that. But you're going to keep Nate Oats. I mean, you'd say he's locked in for a fairly long time now.
Yeah, virtually a 6-year contract, I'd say, and making him one of the highest paid coaches, and a buyout.
And the buyout's significant. I mean, it's a contract that is beneficial to both Alabama and Greg and Nate Oats.
And he seems to be very happy here as well. So Alabama wins it. Just a thought. I thought the arena, as crappy as it is, looked fantastic last night. And Nate afterwards thanked the crowd for the atmosphere they brought this year, but specifically last night, which was a key in a 17-point second half comeback. I gave up. You did too. And the Tide came back and won the SEC championship.
What is Alabama's record for wins in a season? Do you guys have any idea?
I thought it was the 87 team under Wimp. I'll go look.
They're closing in on it, though.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, if this team gets anything short of 30 wins, it's going to be a massive disappointment.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I've got a question when we come back. I want to ask your guys' opinion.
We'll keep rolling along with some Alabama basketball and some other things that happened on the court last night, including a bad loss for Kentucky. We'll get to that. Hey, tomorrow, Brother Kane in town this weekend, and we got one of the legends in studio with us tomorrow, and hopefully he's bringing his guitar.
Yeah, that's the plan. Damon Johnson is going to be in studio from Brother Kane, but Kodar Productions presents Brother Kane this Friday. So tomorrow night with the Suburban Love Junkies, limited number of tickets are available. It's going to be at the great venue of Iron City. You can go to ironcitybham.com. Again, Kodar Productions presenting Brother Kane with Suburban Love Junkies tomorrow night at Iron City. Limited number of seats still available. Go to ironcitybham.com.
All right, we roll on from the floor of Bama. Back in a second.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
For more than 40 years, Wayne's has been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Ryan Brown here from the next round. From the mosquito and termite protection to giving me that lush lawn that is the envy of my neighborhood, Wayne's does it all for me. When my neighbors on my street see that shiny yellow truck, I bet they smile. I know I do, because Wayne's has been taking care of my lawn and home for years and doing all the things I don't have time to do. For more information, check them out online. Call Waynes.com or call Waynes at 866-WAYNES1.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
We may get to 4 downs in this segment in just a second. We may get to 4 downs in just a second if Brown, our discussion he wants to continue on with Alabama basketball, doesn't fill up the whole segment. If not, we'll get to it in a little bit. Jason Campbell coming up as well.
Are you guys throwing off on the day?
A little bit. I got confused yesterday in a conversation and then twice this morning. So I think the answer will be yes.
Yeah, I did too, because I was telling somebody, I was like, now that it's Friday and yesterday was Wednesday.
That's bad news for you. Yeah.
But we did say one time last night, I forget where we were, that God, I wish this was Friday to where we could just stay out late last night and crash.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the rack right now.
Yeah. Like if you did not have to get up today and do the show, how late would you have slept?
Well, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep, but this morning I was sleeping extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, that sound of that ocean going, the temperature was just right. It's a good sleep down here. Our friend Dr. B brings us the show. One of the biggest conversations you get at the Floribama when we're down here, number one is, tell me the story of why bras are hanging in the rafter. And the second is, why is LT's hair looking so good?
I have been sporting a hat a lot down here, but look, when my hair started to thin out a little bit, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name everyone recommended. He is the best in the business. And right now, Dr. B is offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapy into the scalp. I can't even read my writing, where the hair follicles are without using injections. Revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles at all. I'm actually getting this procedure done in the next couple of weeks. Again, T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
All right, let me answer Lance's question a moment ago. The all-time single-season record for Alabama wins is 27 and 0-1-0-2. Alabama got win 26 last night. So against A&M Saturday, they'll try to tie the school record. They've got a really good chance, obviously, of breaking the school record.
Wow, so that's not regular season. That's
what I've got is overall wins.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because that team played 36 games. So, you know, that's a lot of games there, obviously, or 35 games, excuse me. That's a lot of games. 27-8 was that team's final record. So Alabama certainly has a chance to beat that. Their overall record for SEC wins is 16. Now that record's a little difficult because you've played fewer and more SEC games over the years. It's an 18-game SEC schedule now. But Alabama can also break that record.
Yeah.
They've now tied that record. They can break that record Saturday in College Station.
But that 16-2 was was the SEC record. It was an 18-game schedule as well. So
16-2. Yeah, I'm just saying though there were some teams that didn't play 18 games.
Right.
So when you say SEC wins at 16, for instance, the 55-56 team went 14-0 in conference. So they only played 14 games, obviously.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying the overall wins is probably a little fairer to all Alabama teams.
But look how long we played 18 games. I mean, all the way back in the 70s.
Yeah, well, it's been 18, then went to 16, then back to 18. It's just, expansion has affected some of that, obviously. The question I wanted to ask to you guys, and this was mentioned, the chat room's going fast and furious today, but in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, somebody asked the question, has Alabama done enough now to lock down a 1 seed? Not the overall number 1, but the 1.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think they've done enough right now? So if Alabama loses to A&M
and first in
gets knocked out first round or their first game in Nashville, they're a number 1 seed.
Yeah, because they get a bye all the way to the quarterfinals.
Friday.
Yeah, to the quarterfinals. So you'll be playing another tournament team.
Should be
most likely,
then, unless somebody's pulling upset.
Yeah. So a 2-game losing streak at this point, it would knock them down, but I don't think it would knock them off the 1 line at all. So I think they're locked into the 1 line. Yes,
I would lean your way. I mean, Houston, Kansas seem to be locked in. UCLA if they finish business, and then it would be Alabama or Purdue if they were to lose back-to-back, and I think Alabama would get the benefit of the doubt.
So you think Alabama has done enough now to be the 1 seed?
Probably.
Or a 1 seed, not the number 1 overall.
I don't know how you guys feel. I think they lose in College Station on Saturday.
It's setting up for one. I mean, again, we talked about it yesterday with human nature and the way you react. It's the human nature. Okay, we've beaten our rival twice. We've won the SEC championship. Everything important to us is out in front of us in the NCAA tournament. The human nature is you take a deep breath. You almost look back at your accomplishments. A&M's had an extra day. A&M, it's a home game in Reed Arena there. I mean, it sets up for a Texas A&M win. I don't think there's any doubt it does.
And you wonder what the perception will be nationally of this team going into the NCAA tournament. If they don't, let's say they lose to Texas A&M and then they don't win the SEC tournament, all of a sudden you've got 3 really tight games and 2 losses. And
I'll tell you what the perception will be. Everybody will be picking, not everybody, a lot of people will be picking that 8-9 upset over the 1 in that game.
Yeah, because we've even said it after 3 wins, right? Since the news came out about Brandon Miller, they've won 3 games, but we're saying the team looks broken.
Well, they look different.
Yeah.
Broken might be a bit of an overstatement.
Okay, broken is not the way we phrase it.
Some people have said that, but I'm saying they definitely look different. You can't deny that. They look different, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I brought it up with Richard Hendricks. Just the numbers tell you defensively they've not been as good. You look at what people are scoring on them. South Carolina is not a good team.
Had to go to overtime to win that one.
Arkansas is a good team. Auburn's, maybe an NCAA tournament team, but those 2 teams have scored 78, 83, and 85 on Alabama. I mean, that's not Alabama's defense. Their defense is better than that.
No, but they've had a 39-point win, a 57-point win.
Oh, yeah.
In conference. So, and Bruce was talking about this, Bruce Pearl, before the game. This team is crushing. They're winning by like an average of 25 points per game at home. And it looks like a totally different team.
It does. So that's one thing. I think the perception would be they're not the same team since the Brandon Miller news broke. If they lose at Texas A&M and don't win the SEC tournament, I agree with you. A lot of brackets around the country will be looking at I think that team can beat Alabama. I think that team can beat Alabama. If they win at Texas A&M, win the SEC tournament, there'll be some people that put Alabama all the way to the national championship.
Yeah, I wonder, and again, Lenardi is just Lenardi. I mean, he's just given his opinion based on history and his formulas and things like that.
And he's got people on the committee. He told
you think so? Yeah. So he said going into last night, if Alabama lost to Auburn, they would lose the overall number 1 seed to Houston. So
to Kansas.
Oh, he said to Kansas. I thought he said to Houston.
No, Kansas has moved up to
okay.
right behind. Yeah.
So do you believe then that any future Alabama loss, they drop out of that overall number 1?
Yeah, if Kansas keeps winning, yeah.
So
even to LT's point, there is to me a slight chance, even if Alabama wins out and Kansas wins out, there is a chance that Kansas, because of who they're playing,
their strength of schedule, and their quad 1
could pass them. Could. But I think one loss and Kansas wins out. I think likely Kansas is your number 1 overall seed. But for a lot of people, that probably doesn't make a big difference. They're still in Birmingham, and I don't know if they would still be in Louisville or not. But it's still a good place to be if you're Alabama.
Man, I'll tell you, we got some raw data here on this ESPN website about the attendance. Because, I had somebody said that they couldn't get a ticket last night. The cheapest nosebleed was $175.
Yeah, tough ticket, not just the open. Yeah. So,
well, HP saying he knows some people that were Auburn fans that bought season tickets at Alabama. Now, I don't know. I can't verify this. I'm just saying what he said so that they could be guaranteed a seat at that game. I assume they unloaded the rest of them on secondary market, so it was probably a pretty good purchase because there's been some tough tickets in Tuscaloosa this year. So if you did that as an Auburn fan, probably got your money back out of it. I can't independently verify that. I don't know.
yeah, but hey, hats off. You almost saw your team pull out a great one last night in Tuscaloosa. 90 to 85. Alabama is your SEC champions. And the last time Nate won this a couple of years ago, it was still some COVID restrictions. And I think it was a road game too, where they won the SEC championship. So you didn't have that atmosphere, that scene last night. Nate helping his daughter up, one of his kids up to cut down the net, that family moment there, the players, Brandon and Mark and all the folks getting to rise up and cut down the net. Those are, you don't get many championships, right?
Right.
You can be in the NCAA tournament, you can have a great year, but unless you're the SEC champion, the tournament champion, or you win a regional or a national championship, those are the only 4 times you really can cut down the net. And they got a chance. They had a chance to do it. And did it last night at home in front of a packed house.
Yep. Can I circle back to something, because Landmine Believer makes a good point here. We've kind of approached this differently at times, but he makes the point in the chat room that Kansas getting the overall number 1 really doesn't impact Alabama that much, because they're going to pick to play in Kansas City, and the road Alabama, it seemed, had always wanted is Birmingham to Louisville.
That's why I said that. They probably still get Louisville too.
Yeah, so you're right about that. Is that because if Bama's a 1 seed, they're going to be in Birmingham,
right?
And if you get Birmingham to Louisville, that's what you wanted all along anyway. Yep. And I would submit to you, there's not a noticeable difference in the road you play being the overall number 1 or the 4th number 1.
That's right.
As long as location is favorable, the road, I think, is going to be about the same. And really, you can't predict the road you're going to play. You could be in the bracket that's got a ton of upsets. You could end up meeting an 11 seed to go to the Final Four. You never know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you don't really know anything until you see Selection Sunday, and then you'll be like, oh crap, you got to play North Carolina and Kentucky like Auburn did to get there, or whoever the North Carolinas and Kentuckys are this year,
right? Or
you're like, oh, so and so, that would be a favorable matchup. And to me, it's not about the name brands or the teams. It's the style of play, like as Richard Hendricks said earlier, and we saw last night, we saw on the road at Tennessee, and for a moment at Houston as well, when Alabama was down 15, those really rough, physical, defensive teams cause Alabama some problems. So if you, on Selection Sunday, a week from this Sunday, when you look out and you see your road, you want to see how many of those type teams you're going to face. If it's a lot of gazelle type teams that love to run and gun and shoot the threes, you're going to be a lot more comfortable in that bracket layout than you are if you've got to run through the Auburns and the Tennessee style plays.
Well, but the one year Alabama they did it as coming out of the 8-9 game, but the one year they made the Elite 8, their road was Stanford, who was the 1 seed in the second game, Syracuse, who,
matchup zone.
Don't look at this Syracuse now, but that used to be a nightmare in the NCAA tournament to catch Syracuse. And then they were going to have to beat UConn to make it to the Final Four. That was a heck of a run back then to have to play Stanford, Syracuse, UConn.
And that UConn team went on and won the national championship.
Yeah, they were really, really good.
All right, speaking of a week from Sunday and Selection Sunday, our bracket challenge bracket is out there for you guys to go ahead and sign up for. Now, it's blank right now, but you can go ahead and get your spot, secure your spot for you, your friends, your family by using this QR code we're going to put on the screen. It's a chance to win Chuck's Bucks. It's the Final Pour with Charles Barkley and our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, we're going to be out the next couple of weeks with the Redmont Vodka, doing a couple of promotions, getting ready for March Madness again. Win Chuck's Bucks. Get registered now. We'll send you a reminder on Selection Sunday. But pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka heading into the weekend. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package and Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Is there a better sound than what you just heard from Brown there, that Coca-Cola and ice mixing as he sets it back down? You heard that. That and the ocean in the background, a perfect setting here at the Floribama. We're going to take the basketball. We're going to put it on the shelf for a little bit. Next 2 segments, we're going to do our 4 downs from today. Tyler has worked those out for us. We've got that in our next segment. Jason Campbell at the top of the hour to talk a little Auburn football. But Alabama, the king of the SEC in basketball with a win last night, 90 to 85. This is TNR live from the historic Floribama. We're back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
For over 40 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do, from mosquito and termite protection to giving you that lush lawn that is the envy of the neighborhood. Wayne's does it all. When people see that shiny yellow truck, they smile, and I do too. Wayne's has been taking care of my lawn and home for years and doing all the things I don't have time to do. For more information, check them out online, call Waynes.com, or give them a call today, 866-WAYNES1. Again, call Waynes.com or call them today, 866-WAYNES1.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Steve, no. Oh, you're talking about Steve. Okay. Hey, back with you on the Next Round down here at the Floribama. Oh, it's so funny. Nobody saw it. These two are arguing about something, and as soon as the bumper music starts in our head, in our headphones, the argument just ended. Hey, we're back, everybody. Hey, everybody. Three good friends sitting here talking sports at the Floribama. Well, when you throw in the mixture of a little alcohol on the coastline and a road trip, some miscommunications happen along the way.
It's going all right.
It's okay.
Nobody was hurt.
Fun time on the boats yesterday, and glad to have our friend Mick Gillespie, who is with us from back the pregame show we did during football season, the Players Club.
Yep.
Had a great time with Mick, so we got a chance to see him, and we were talking about the basketball game yesterday with him, and I know he was excited to see an Alabama win last night in a hard-fought game. We'll get back to basketball and then talk Auburn Spring with Jason Campbell in a second. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. First thing Brown did at the package store at the Floribama was to run by and see if they had the Maestro Dobel. And what they have, Brown?
Maestro Dobel.
Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. The world's first clear multi-age tequila. It's aged in that new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Ask for it by name. It's the tequila that's perfect for sipping or for mixing. A couple of your headlines other than the Alabama win. Charlie Strong is back in Tuscaloosa as a defensive analyst. He'll be helping Kevin Steele, who's the defensive coordinator. They were both in Miami last year, cleaning up some dead wood. He left Miami on bad terms because Cristobal did not promote him to defensive coordinator.
That's right. There was no opportunity for him to be there.
Yeah. Sal Sunseri, reports have him leaving Alabama, where he has been an off-the-field role recently, going to join Deion Sanders at Colorado as an on-the-field defensive line coach.
You know, Sunseri's role in Tuscaloosa basically has been portal. Like he's kind of the organization behind that, evaluating those guys, maybe running them up the ladder if they look like they fit the need. I can't imagine that job.
I was going to say, though, you know, when you think about it, it sounds like a bad job, but when you really, really think about it, it's such an important job.
It's an important job, and you're looking for the diamond in the rough, obviously. There's going to be some obvious guys, right, Dunaway? I mean, some guys are going to hit the portal, and you're like, obviously, we want that guy. But you're also trying to find the diamond in the rough. And, I mean, can you imagine how much tape you have to scour to find the diamond in the rough?
Yeah.
You know, some kid has left, you know, Central Michigan. You haven't seen him play all year. Can that kid play for me? Can he play in the SEC? And if I miss one, that's going to blow back on me.
That's right, because you can't offer all of them. Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, Alabama was not good in the portal last year.
Our friends at Vulcan Tire, they bring us 4 downs every day. Tyler on Thursday, Rockstar when he's here, but Tyler, since he's filling in like an All-American, like a Brock Purdy, has done it for us today. We've got 4 downs, non-sports on Thursday, brought to you by the wonderful folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, it's wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes toll on car batteries. Keep that car starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They are who we are here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. Get into one of those great locations all across the Birmingham area. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, what's the one must-have meal at the Floribama, also including the yacht club across the street?
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at Tyler with local knowledge of the yacht club.
So here on premise, we were just talking about we were going to eat right after the show and hit the road.
The Floribama burger is phenomenal. They've got a tremendous cheeseburger.
No, they really do. You know, but we had cheeseburgers yesterday, so I don't know if I want to go back to back.
I like the chicken fingers here.
I think I'm going to roll across the street Yacht Club and get the tuna wrap.
Is that your call?
Yeah.
So you do get that there, yeah.
Is it seared tuna?
Yeah, seared tuna.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of different vegetables, cheeses. It's got some kind of special sauce on it. It's awesome.
I think in our whole organization, I can't speak for Lunsford and Scott and Tyler and Reed.
But our whole organization.
But a lot of our organization, I think me and Little T are about the only ones that like the fried crab claws. Me and Little T have destroyed some fried crab claws.
I like them. I could.
Yeah, I can confidently say Rockstar does it.
Well, I had a couple of them along the way. Well, we've had two or three opportunities at them now.
Yeah, I think everywhere I've been, I've ordered fried crab claws.
My daughter loved them as a child. Anytime they were on the kids menu, when we were down here, she'd get the fried crab claws. She also would get chocolate chips on her waffle too. So pretty much dialed in.
Taylor did it again this morning.
I noticed. No, I love fried crab claws. I love to get the cocktail sauce, mix in some hot sauce with that, and get that cocktail sauce with a ton of kick in it. I could eat 7,000 fried crab.
What else
Taylor,
do they have here?
Taylor, do you get a lot of small milks or juices with your orders sometimes?
She hates.
She's gonna punt on a way in a minute.
What else do they have here besides burgers?
Chicken fingers
are really good.
I think you get
a grilled chicken sandwich. It's an oyster bar. You can get oysters up there. Yeah. There's a lot of good food here.
A lot of
good question,
food.
Tyler.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to go chicken finger basket today, Tyler, for me.
Second down.
All right, what's the best movie or TV show that's set at the beach?
This is easy. This is Jaws. 1975 classic. Speaking of a Little T, Taylor over there, asked her, we were talking about sharks on the boat yesterday, and she's never seen the movie Jaws.
I mean, it's an old movie. Taylor's she's a little pup, man. She's gotten carded at the Floribama every day. But that is an old movie, man.
I can't think of a beach movie that is better, though.
But movie or TV shows. So does Melrose Place fall into that? No?
Baywatch would be one.
Yeah.
Baywatch is overrated.
Bloodline was really good on Netflix.
Oh, Bloodline was good. Yes.
You know, this is pretty bad here, Tyler. But when I saw this question last night, I thought, the opening sequence of Saving Private Ryan occurs on a beach. Don't think I'd call it a beach movie.
I don't think that one counts.
I would put that over Jaws. but I don't know if it qualifies.
The Beach, the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, a Danny Boyle movie.
Yeah, did you like that?
I thought it was good. It was just weird.
It is strange,
It
right?
is very, very
I thought
strange.
DiCaprio, I mean, like he has in every role, was really good in it.
By the way, there's a shark in that one.
Yeah. Yes. Would you call Chariots of Fire? He runs on the beach, right?
I don't know. You know, that's one of the
So
movies I've
does
never seen.
Rocky.
Chariots of Fire.
I haven't either. I just thought
You
you knew.
just remember the scene
I thought you knew if you were at the beach.
running on the
Yeah.
beach.
But there's one season where a lot of Entourage was on the beach too. They had a house down in Malibu.
Castaway. Jason says Castaway.
Castaway's a great one.
He's on the beach a lot in Castaway.
But I still think Jaws.
Exotic beach too.
Jaws is the bar.
All right.
Third down.
All right, what's the best movie with a country music artist?
Oh, this is easy too. Sling Blade, Dwight Yoakam.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
I mean,
No,
I
you're
don't,
absolutely
I
right
don't know
about
what would
that,
be
Lance.
better. I mean, Dwight Yoakam plays that. I don't know how he wasn't nominated for Best Supporting Actor.
I will go Friday Night Lights with Tim McGraw. He's the drunk brother who also won a championship at Plano back in the day, and puts a little pressure on his younger brother.
I was not a fan of that movie.
Oh, I loved it.
I liked the early part of the series more than I liked the movie. Now, the series, when Coach Taylor takes the college job, I gave up on the series. I'm like, it's going to lose its appeal. Now, the appeal is a small town, high school football. I kind of like that, but he took the college job. Now, I hear he didn't work out and he came back to the high school game. I don't know. I quit watching. But I liked it better than the movie. I had watched the series before the movie, and everybody makes such a big deal about the book and the movie. I watched the movie on a flight one time, and I thought
it was average.
I was underwhelmed.
Yeah, and I love Billy Bob Thornton, but wasn't a big fan.
Can I go Bradley Cooper in any of his movies since he sang In the Shallow Now?
No.
Well, he's probably getting an invite to the Grand Ole Opry, right?
Hey, Jason says Trimmers with Reba McEntire. We talked about that the other day. North Dallas 40, Andrew says. North
Mac
Dallas
Davis.
40, Chris Christopherson.
Yeah, Mac Davis.
Chris Christopherson wasn't in North Dallas.
Was
40.
he not?
Mac
Wasn't
Davis
Mac
was.
Davis?
Davis was, yeah.
Yeah. Andrew then says Still Magnolias, Dolly Parton.
That's a sad movie.
Lance.
Or you go 9 to 5, Dolly Parton.
Yeah, that's right. Tom, Smokey and the Bandit, Jerry Reed. Jerry Reed's good in that too.
Oh, yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
I bet he had experience in driving big trucks and drinking a lot of beer.
He's the bandit, right?
Yep.
No,
No,
Smokey.
He's the truck driver.
No, Smokey's the cops.
Yes.
He's the truck driver,
He's
but
the
it's
truck
Smokey
driver.
and the bandit.
He's neither Smokey nor the Bandit.
Yeah. Is he the bear?
Brett says Blindside. Tim McGraw was in that too. Dunaway.
I did not like Blindside either.
I did not either.
I did not like Blindside.
Yep.
Fourth down.
All right, celebrity birthday today. Daniel Craig turns 54. What's the best James Bond movie?
Dunaway, you've watched them all in order.
I've watched 2 of them so far.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with the second one.
I think
you liked it better than the first.
Which one was that? Goldfinger? Did I make it through Goldfinger?
You didn't. I think Russia, To Russia with Love or From Russia with Love. I've seen like 20 of the 24 or whatever, but Casino Royale, I watched it again the other night. It is my favorite with Daniel Craig. And I think Daniel Craig, I grew up more on Roger Moore. I know that a lot of people with Sean Connery. I think Daniel Craig is by far the best Bond.
I am in a minority, but I liked Pierce Brosnan as Bond.
I thought he was okay. He was a lot better than Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton was one of the worst.
I like.
No, I agree with you. I think most people believe Timothy Dalton was the worst one. Yeah.
I like the original, the Sean Connery. Was he the original Bond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the dude, I forget his name, did one.
Casino Royale is getting a lot of love over here in the chat room.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably what a lot of people would say.
Hey, so the winning pot on that final poker hand, I think it was 110 million. Can you imagine playing a hand of poker? Does it get that rough at Lunsford?
Y'all ever get up to 110 mil?
It feels like it sometimes, but it just equates to $31.
What is the biggest pot, really?
Oh, I don't know. Lunsford, I have to tell you, I'm never in those.
Forrester says Roger Moore is no love for Roger Moore.
I said I grew up on Roger Moore, but I think Daniel Craig is much better.
By the way, our average pots are about $500.
Oh, $500 the average pot?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Lunsford, you've seen Casino Royale, right?
Yes, I've seen them all.
Okay,
Ooh, wow.
What are you
condescending yes from Lunsford?
I know, right?
Yeah.
What is the second movie? I saw the first one. I saw the second.
Well, hold
Quantum
on.
of Solace is the second.
I did want to know this. So the big markers, were those $1 million a pop?
There was a 500,000 and $1 million, I think. Either 500 and $1 million or $1 million and $2 million. I don't remember.
Yeah, and I think he tipped the dealer $1 million.
Yeah, he did. He just slid it over there like it was nothing. I mean, he won $100 million, so you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I would tip the dealer out too at $100 million.
Well, what a job to be the dealer. I mean, I wonder how you get a job like that. Was that in Monte Carlo? Somewhere like that, south of France.
It was something like that. I don't remember.
Monaco. But how would you
Monaco,
get a job like that?
something
Because
like
you're
that,
going to get just massive tips.
Yeah.
But the pressure to be a dealer in a game like that.
Yeah. From Russia with Love was the second one. You were right about that one. So up next for me is Goldfinger, number 3.
It's a great one.
So 4 years later, you're finally going to watch number 3.
Well, it was a pandemic thing. I said I was going to do it in a pandemic. So
are you going to lift weights when you're watching it?
So when the next pandemic happens, I'll get back into this. I'm 2 down.
Oh, gosh.
2 down.
Hope you never see another one.
Yep. Is that it? Is that 4 down?
That's it. That was all 4 of them.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, again, dead battery's not going to get you where you're going. Before your next road trip this winter, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do the same as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, a lot of people reacting to the Alabama game. We'll get back into it coming up last night. William says, I've said that for years. Put a quality product on the floor and they will fill this place up. If you're going to build a new one, don't make it smaller. That building was on fire last night, says William, as he writes in there.
Keep in mind, making it slightly smaller also creates demand for season tickets. Yeah. And if you know anything about supply and demand, less supply, big demand means more you can charge for them.
But also it makes the atmosphere
better,
even better, closer yard to the floor. Auburn Barstool tweeted out last night, this is a foul on Broom, by the way, apparently. Then they got the video of that controversial foul call. Paul writes, this is not a foul. It is a clean steal by Quinterly.
Yeah, I would have let that go. I think Quinterly got it, bounced it off Broom out of bounds, Alabama ball. I would not have called anything there.
Yeah. Patrick says, I need someone from SEC officiating to explain how this is a foul on Broom. Absolute horse crap.
Well,
he says
we can't explain it enough. There's no such thing as SEC officials in basketball. Officiating is handled by the NCAA in basketball. There isn't football, but the SEC, I suppose the SEC could quit hiring guys, but they don't control the basketball officials. It's done elsewhere.
Longtime viewer and listener Daryl writes in, I wonder what it's like losing the Super Bowl twice in the same year. It's called the first meeting Auburn Super Bowl.
Yep.
And he's got a picture of the scoreboard and Nate cutting down the net last night over there. Chris, we'll bring up your tweet to us about the Testicle Festival.
Oh, my God.
That got everybody's attention.
Where is it?
Thank you, Taylor. I'll tell you. We'll get into that coming up right before trash. I'll give you that story.
Okay.
It'll be a great lean in for
trash. Is that a
trash.
place you want to eat?
No, but it's a great bracket payoff.
To go,
you got to go to the Testicle Festival.
To go hang out at the Testicle Festival.
Got to go to the Testicle Festival and eat testicles. That's a bracket payoff if I've ever seen one.
We're halfway through the show. We go balls out with Jason Campbell.
Nice.
Next, right here from the wonderful Floribama, being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters is right there off I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. They know the outdoors at Nichols Outfitters. Tremendous gun showroom. I've been in it and seen it myself. Beautiful facility. Go see it for yourself for all your outdoors. They're at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You're up. Hey, right now in our Bud Light poll question with the great folks at Bud Light right now, we're asking you, would you want to live down on the Gulf Coast, not just visit on vacation? We're down here wrapping up our 3-day stay at the Flora-Bama. We'll be back in our Birmingham studios tomorrow for our show at 9 a.m. Central. John says, I lived in Santa Rosa Beach, a mile from the beach, for 10 years, from 2012 to 2022. The worst thing about living on the coast was the traffic and paying tourist prices for everything.
I can see that.
That works. Huh?
Landscaper Eric, thanks for watching and listening, Eric. Moved to the Gulf Coast 2 years ago from Birmingham. Best decision ever for me. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live on Twitter. Remember, do Taylor a favor. Not us, but do it for Taylor. While you're there, a lot of you follow us, or a lot of you look at our social media, but make sure you follow, like, and subscribe everywhere you go, including on Twitter. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch. Go see Sterling and the crew, champyschicken.com. Let's talk some football.
Yeah, it's spring football at Auburn. They're going to spread it out and get those practices in leading up to the 8A game. Jason Campbell is the new analyst on the Auburn Network. It's our first time to have Jason on since that announcement was made as Stan stepped away. So we start on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline by saying congratulations, Jason, on that new gig. Very happy for you, and I know you have to be excited about it.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm extremely ecstatic to see, to be in this new role. I've known Stan for many years. I got on the radio team back in 2016. I was doing the pregame and halftime analysis, and I know Stan has some young boys and everything is getting up in high school, and he wants to spend time with them. He'll also be coaching on Friday night. So, when he came to me towards the end of the season and said, hey, I'm going to be stepping away, and, I would love for you to kind of take over in this role. And, him and Andy and Ben Harlan, all was on the same page. And, I told him, give me a couple of days to think about it, talk it over with my wife, and they was like, we don't want you to think about it. We want you to step. So I went ahead and just had the conversation with my wife, and of course she's an Auburn grad and loves football as well. So I ended up accepting the job and look forward to the platform.
Robbie Ashford looks like a Hugh Freeze type of quarterback. And the other day, Hugh Freeze came out and he was commenting on quarterbacks after a workout. And he said TJ Finley's name first. Should we read anything into that at all?
Well, I just think, right now that quarterback position is wide open. I know like last year, it kind of was a roller coaster and everything. But, I think the best thing about whoever's playing quarterback, I think, is because they got a really good offensive line because they went out and they paid a lot of attention to that in the transfer portal. And I think, with a really good run game, I think you'll see a lot better offense this year, no matter who's the quarterback is. But I think it's still an open competition. I know TJ, is probably, a better passer. I know, Holden Gurner, everyone say he throws the ball really, really well. And then everyone knows Robbie is an athletic guy, with his legs and feet. So I think I don't think you could read too much into it because I just think it's going to be a wide open thing that kind of goes through spring and into the summer because all these guys have to learn this new offense.
You were blessed to play for the same head coach, but you changed coordinators while you were at Auburn. Can you just talk about the challenges for the quarterbacks in this situation? Because it's a whole new coaching staff, a whole new scheme that's needed. But really, it sort of evens the playing field, right? Everybody's back to square one together.
Correct, and that's the thing about it because anytime you change coordinators, it's not just the quarterback that has to relearn everything and learn all the different terminology and everything. It's the players around you, too. They have to make an adjustment. And when you think about, all the guys that came in through transfer portal, all the guys that we signed in the signing class that some are early enrollees, and then, even from the quarterback standpoint, everybody, like you said, are on the even playing field because everyone is learning the same thing at the same time. And that goes for defense, that goes for special teams. So that's why I say there's a lot of battles up for position. I remember when I had to change coordinators, the one thing for me was, like I said, yes, we had the same head coach, but Coach Toby was a defensive guy, so he really wasn't an offensive-minded guy. So I always have to really okay, how can I channel some of the things that I learned the year before, but not forget everything, but see, what's some of the similarities with the new offense that the coach is trying to teach now so that I don't feel like in my head I'm having to start completely over, in which you really are, but you have to be open-minded to coaching. You have to be open-minded to what this coach wants to teach you. And every coach has a certain way they want to teach footwork. Every coach has a certain way if they want to mess with your throwing motion or not. So you have to be open-minded without getting frustrated, but understanding that, you have to be willing to adapt and change immediately. And you can't be, in a situation where you're stubborn. And I know you have to be open-minded. That's how you change quickly, and that's how you adapt quickly. And I just feel like in this situation, this whole team from top to bottom needed a whole revamp. And I'm not talking about players. I'm just talking about from a mindset and everything, just getting Auburn football back in the mindset it needs to be going, which Cadillac kind of got it going that way the last 4 games of the last season. So we'll see what happens this spring moving on to the summer.
Is it fair to say, though, that when you're talking about building a quarterback depth chart, it's hard to do when you're making a complete new install of an offense in 15 practices? It doesn't feel to me anyway from the outside looking in, Jason, you're going to be able to judge these quarterbacks until you get to fall practice because everyone's just doing install all the time now, it seems like.
Right, and you're exactly right about that because you think about it from an installation standpoint, the first couple of days is all about, you're probably in shorts and helmet. You may have shoulder pads on and shorts and with a helmet. So it's not a lot of hitting going on. And, like a lot of guys, it's one thing you can lace it up when it's 7-on-7, but it's a whole nother thing when you got a pass rush and blitzes coming at you. Can you be able to operate? Can you be able to check in and out of plays? Can you be accurate when somebody coming down the barrel? To hit you in the chest, can you still stand in there and throw it on third down? Like those things you really can't find out until season starts, unfortunately. But like you say, 15 practices is not enough for spring ball. I would have thought by now they would have found some way to change that and even change the format of how they do spring games. But, it's still the 15 practices that's been there for the last 25, 30 years. And like you said, you just have to make the most of those practices and getting better and try to put your quarterbacks in certain situational drills and practice as much as you can because they can't get hit and see how they will react to certain situations, down and distances, third and short, fourth and, whatever it is the coach wants to put out there to see how, who can manage the situation. Those are things you look at right now from a mindset standpoint, from a mental standpoint, who can handle the capacity of the offense. physically, you won't find out who can stand in there until, like you said, you get the gameplay. But, that's the thing about the position. Like I said, it's going to go into fall camp. I think come out of spring. I think this thing will go into the summer because there's so much offense you have to get installed. And I just don't think 15 practices is enough.
Former Auburn quarterback, great Jason Campbell, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at JCam_17. You'll hear him on the Auburn Sports Network. That's where you find him on Twitter. He is with us to talk some Auburn spring football. And Auburn, it all starts up front, Jason. You play behind a good offensive line. You know the importance of that. And Auburn has not been good at the offensive line in several years, frankly. They hit the transfer portal hard. How much can you learn, though, in 15 practices, the scrimmages, and a spring game, maybe about where you stand on offensive line? How confident do you think Hugh Freeze can be with his offensive line coming out of spring?
I think from a confidence standpoint, we went and got, a lot of top guys. You look at Too Tall, the guy we found out of JUCO, #1 offensive lineman in JUCO. And then you look at Avery Jones, the guy that we got from there that was committed to go to Illinois in a transfer portal, coming to Auburn. And then you look at Gunnar Britton, a big tackle out of Western Kentucky. And then you also got Dylan Wade, who came over with the offense coordinator and everything with Coach Roberts. So you think about all of those things, with the guys that we have. And, from that standpoint, the one thing you can't teach is experience. And the one thing those guys have is a lot of games under their belt. So, those guys now can come into this locker room where we kind of struggle over the last 2 to 3 years from an offensive line standpoint, and immediately put some confidence in the running back room, put some confidence in the quarterback room, even in the receiver room, because they know that they have a little bit more time probably to stand back there and their quarterback can deliver them the ball. So there's a lot of things that come into play when you have an offensive line, like I said, but offensive line is all about chemistry and gelling together. And like I said, through 15 practices, the one thing they're going to be learning is, okay, where's my footwork on certain run plays? Where's my footwork on certain pass plays? Where's the depth at? In pass plays. And the hardest thing for offensive linemen when you don't know who your starting quarterback is for tackles, because they don't know where the set points are, because each quarterback is different. One's taller, one's shorter. And so you don't know if the guy's going to be sitting at 7.5 yards, if the guy's going to be sitting at 7 yards. So tackles have to right now prepare for all three guys that are vying for this position, because they don't know which one is going to be the guy. And when you think about it from a standpoint, once they get through spring ball and head into summer and into fall camp, this is another position that I think it takes you about two to three football games in season for all these guys to be playing together, because they never played together. Even though they have playing experience, they never played together. So you have to give them time to get that chemistry built and get everything moving in the right direction. But I am confident in the offensive line that we've signed. Even getting Ronaldo Fairweather, the tight end, the big tight end that we got, from FAU is a solid player. He's big, he's strong, he's tall. He's another extension that we can use in the passing game, but as well as a big-time blocker on the edge. So, there are some things that I like what Coach Freeze did, this transfer portal, him and his staff, by getting those guys, making those positions that are need, they went after really hard.
Who could be this year's Derek Hall?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a great question. When you think about the guys who brought in Elijah, you got Elijah McAllister from transfer from Vanderbilt. You also got Mosiah Kite from Maryland, Lawrence Johnson from Purdue, and then we got a big guy, Justin Rogers from Kentucky. But you look at the linebackers, you got, Mario Tolan from LSU and Austin Keys from Ole Miss. So that's a whole nother revamp through the transfer portal. But you ask me who's the guy that I can see being a Derek Hall, I would say a guy that's in line to me would be Keldrick Falk. Our big signee, out of high school, the guy that we end up getting from Florida State to come to Auburn. And I think when you look at him, he's huge, he's tall. And yes, he's a freshman, but I think he can make some noise this year, even as a freshman, just by gaining experience each game, because this guy is long, his length and everything. But I would probably say, more so, I would say Keldrick Falk just because of his size and position. But don't be leery of some of those other guys inside that interior, because one thing about our defense this year, they will be running a more 34 defense, but they do mix in a lot of 4-3. So, we got linebackers that can run from sideline to sideline, which helps them in a 4-3, but in our 34, we do have a big nose in Justin Rogers that can draw double teams, that can allow those edge guys outside to put pressure on the quarterback.
We had Stan White on for 13 years, Jason. So I want to just
no pressure.
I want to let you in on the inside here. Remember when Carnell or Ronnie would run the wrong way and you bailed them out by running and getting some yardage or dumping it off to a tight end or something? Stan covered up for bad questions from us for 13 years. So I hope we have the same kind of relationship over the next 13. When I ask a dumbass question, you just move on and make me look smart, okay?
Hey, there's no problem, guy. We all work together, but yeah, that's the thing. I look forward to it though. Like I said, I'm looking forward to having fun. I look forward to calling the games and giving intel on things that I've learned throughout the years, but also things that I've that I see, and try to get the fans and a real cap of what's going on, on the field. If they something that they don't understand or quite understand, hopefully I can help deliver the same way the Stan has through the years.
Yeah. You got your hands full with Dunaway's questions, just so you know. He is Jason Campbell, former Auburn quarterback, now analyst, Auburn Network. Thank you very much, Jason, for the time. Have a great weekend.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy, take care. Jason with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
My big takeaway from that was he was not ready to commit to join us for 13 years.
Oh, not yet.
That was you chumming the water. Nobody did.
Make a note, Taylor. Contract not signed with Jason Campbell right there. We did not get a signature right there in the air, did we?
No, that's not how that went.
Yeah. Okay. Mental note there for the upcoming football season. 177 days away from week 0. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Boy, am I going to need Leslie and the team after I get back. We have been hitting the unbelievable bushwhackers. The great food down here, drinking beer, all the great stuff that we do when we're down here. So I got to get back at it as soon as I get home. And that's the best thing about the Way to Wellness plan. She understands how life works, and you can get off that plan for a little bit and get right back on it with our friends at Way to Wellness. Find out more about the plan by going to the website, aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. That gets you to Way to Wellness. Here's the best thing I can tell you. It's not a cookie cutter plan. They design every plan specifically for you and your lifestyle. For me, I've got 4 protein bars during the day, whatever I want for lunch and dinner, and that's how I keep my weight in line or lose weight. Really has helped me with my blood pressure and cholesterol, which is what I went there for. There's no contract, there's no sign-up fee, and your first visit is free. Just check it out. Learn more. aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. It'll jumpstart your way to healthy living with our friends at Way to Wellness. Good to catch up with Jason Campbell there. Couple other college football notes here. Devin Leary, who's coming off that torn pectoral muscle, he played a lot of the end of the season, a little bit of the season anyway, with the torn pec, and then it was done. He is going to be ready, they think, for spring practice at Kentucky, which is really important for them to get their new quarterback in. Everyone's saying that this could be a program shifting free agent pickup, basically bringing Devin Leary in, that it could take the program that offensive step forward to get them into a different place.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin on this, because I think Devin Leary is a better quarterback than Will Levis.
Okay.
But I don't know how this could be a game changer. If you've got a quarterback that's going in the top 10, it was one of the worst offenses to watch over the last couple of years. So I'll believe it when I see it. Like, I think Mark Stoops is a really good coach for whatever reason. It reminds me of like the Gene Stallings days at Alabama, where they grind out wins that are like absolutely no fun to watch.
Well, I mean, you play to your run game and your defense, and that's what Stoops has done. But, the change in offensive coordinator, going back to Liam Cohen, who I learned live on the air had much more success than I had originally thought in his first stint as Kentucky offensive coordinator. You pair that up with Leary, maybe you got a better offense, even though you had a quarterback that's going to go in the first round, maybe in the top 10 picks. You just never could channel that into any sort of effective passing game for whatever reason. I think Leary is an interesting guy to watch. I mean, if he tops out, though, let's say he's tremendous. What do you get at? Are you Tennessee? from last year?
Yeah,
Maybe at 10 wins.
I don't think anybody's
Probably still don't beat Georgia.
Yeah, nobody's expecting you to be in Atlanta anymore.
right.
That's Georgia's place.
But if you had a Tennessee year from last year,
That's
then
right. 10-win season.
10-win season. That's
New Year's Six bowl game. That's a huge step for March.
Oh
6th.
God, if he played a New Year's Six bowl game, because even with the success Stoops has had, I think their top out is the Cap One Bowl. Am I right about that? I think they played in Orlando with the Capital One.
I think we're way jumping the gun.
Yeah, I agree. But but to Jim's point, if Stoops took them to a New Year's Six bowl, I mean that's tremendous. To see that Kentucky helmet in a Cotton Bowl or an Orange Bowl or something like that,
Beach Bowl or something.
Yeah.
All right, basketball last night. LT, we were together at Coastal watching hoops. Xavier had an unbelievable offensive night, and they beat Providence in Providence. Big win for Xavier there. Pretty good coach there at Xavier and Sean Miller.
Yeah, look, again, Sean Miller at one time was viewed as the best active coach in college basketball that had never been to a Final Four at his days at Arizona. A lot of controversy there, but seems to really be comfortable with this program. And again, the Big East, that's one of those leagues that a lot of people don't talk enough about.
Yeah, and Marquette's already won the regular season there, so Shaka's team's pretty good. Xavier and Providence will be good tournament teams as well. Mike Bray, in his final home game last night as the Notre Dame coach, got a win over Pitt, who is trying to win the ACC regular season. 88-81, Notre Dame gets the win from Mike Bray. That program has fallen way off here at the end of Bray's time, but good that he went out on a win and he did it against a quality opponent.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh just it's one of those teams that is just really good at home, and then when they go on the road, they lose some head-scratching games. This Notre Dame team, I don't know what happened to it because it was a really good program, and you guys will remember back in 2014 when Kentucky had that viewed as an unbeatable team. Notre Dame was in a regional final and had them dead to rights. And Kentucky ended up pulling that thing out. I think it was maybe in overtime. But since then, I mean, they're sitting at 3-16 right now in the ACC with that win.
Yeah. I don't know how all the tiebreakers fall out, but Pitt plays Miami, right? As far as the ACC goes, I know you're talking about Mike Bray though, but the other part of that is Pitt was playing for the regular season championship.
Yeah.
So they've got Miami, Virginia's got Louisville. They're the three teams tied at the top. So somehow that's going to sort itself out. But it is remarkable that. I mean, you were talking about Mike Bray, but when you say Pitt was playing for the conference championship, oh my gosh, that says a lot about the ACC this year.
Yeah, TCU beat Texas last night, so that gives Kansas the outright Big 12 championship.
Shocked.
And it probably will keep Texas from being on the one line.
Yep. I mean, Texas had an outside shot. I mean, they were a top 10 team, but now that drops them to 11-6 in the Big 12. It's still a great conference, but that was a really good game down to the wire. TCU ended up going off as a 3.5-point favorite early in the first half. You thought you had that game if you had TCU. I stayed away from it, but Texas falls short, but ends up covering the number.
And Vandy upset Kentucky last night, 68-66 in Rupp, right?
I mean, just when we were talking, I mean, Jimmy Dykes is on the show yesterday, Lance, and could you say Kentucky's the second best team in the conference? Jimmy did not. He stopped short of that. But by you asking that question, I think you felt that way going into last night.
I did.
I thought they lose to Vandy at home.
Kentucky's playing their best basketball. I can't, and Vanderbilt shoots 40%, and they still win this game.
Yeah, I mean.
Of course, Kentucky shot 32%. 3-19 behind the arc.
That's how it always works, right?
Yeah, that does.
But again, Sheboy, 21-20.
In a loss. I mean, how do you have 21-20 and they still lose that game? That is a head scratcher.
And nobody else did anything.
Well, they didn't. But so I mean, Kentucky, your top four in all likelihood are going to be Alabama, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Nashville. It's going to, in the bottom portion of that, going to shake out some way. But that was a tough loss for Kentucky as far as seeding in Nashville goes. They're still going to be in the NCAA tournament. But just when you thought you might start believing in Kentucky, maybe even walking through Nashville, they lose to Vanderbilt.
Cut number 7, Tyler, if you will, because that win last night, if I'm correct, guaranteed now Vandy's going to have a winning SEC record.
Yep.
Where are they in the standings right now, Vandy?
Well, they're 10-7. They are tied with Missouri. Yeah, I don't know how all the tiebreakers could work. Let's see. They get Mississippi State. That's an interesting game.
Right.
They get Mississippi State on Saturday. I'm not sure, Jim, how all the tiebreakers are going to work out here.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. But
is there a way to play their way in?
I don't know if they can play into a top 4 seed in the conference tournament, if that's what you're asking. They could finish record-wise in a tie, but I don't know how the tiebreakers are going to
I was just going to make the point that Vandy is now one game ahead of Auburn.
That is true.
In the SEC standings. Here's Jerry Stackhouse on what that win last night for his program meant at Kentucky.
I got so much respect for Calipari and what he's built and what he's done, his programs. I mean, everybody had him buried at the beginning of the year, and then he got his teams playing as well as anybody in the country right now. So this is a big feat for us, not just to come here and beat them, but being a team that's been probably playing as good a basketball as anybody. So we know that we still got work to do. We got a big game at home, which should be crazy on Saturday against Mississippi State to close out our season and hopefully finish on a strong note heading into the SEC tournament where we could possibly see this team again.
Yeah, there's no way they can play in as an at-large. I mean, they're going to have to win it in Nashville, but it is going to look weird because if they beat State Saturday, they're going to be 11-7, and State is going to be 8-10. And there are a lot of people that will have State in contention, and nobody's even talking about Vanderbilt. That conference record is going to be different. But Vandy's 89th in the net. I mean, you don't get an at-large there.
You've got to do stuff before you get to conference play. They've had a great conference year. They didn't get it done before they got to conference play.
I didn't realize they've won 7 of 8. I mean, that's really surprising when you look at that. And, last night, Liam Robbins only played 4 minutes. So you get your big back. One of the reasons they were playing well, I mean, he was completely dominant Saturday against Florida. And then he plays 4 minutes. Sheway goes 21-20. Kentucky loses at home to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and good news for Kentucky, Cason Wallace, who had the ankle in the game. They did testing afterwards, no ligament damage, not even a lot of swelling. They expect him to be okay on Saturday for Kentucky and for the SEC tournament in Nashville next week. So that was basketball last night away from Alabama, winning the SEC championship 90-85 over Auburn in overtime last night. Alabama, of course, on the road at Texas A&M. Auburn needing a big one at home against Tennessee to go ahead and punch their ticket for the big dance. We'll talk more about that coming up later, but trash is just around the corner here on the next round as we broadcast live from the Floribama. If you're thinking about your future, think about future vacations here at the Floribama, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, but also think about your future at the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to go to school. Wonderful athletics, 21 fully funded Division II scholarship sports, theater department, broadcasting, business school, all new buildings going up on the Montevallo campus. And really one of my favorite things, because my daughter's in school there, a wonderful price to send your daughter or son to college. Check it all out and schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Back with you on the next round as we get ready to do trash here in just a second. And we'll tell you about the tweet we got earlier about a festival locally. But first, I want LT to tell you about our friends at New York Butcher Shop and how they can be a big part of your weekend plans if you're getting that grill out.
Absolutely. Get in, see Jim and that great staff at the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus Prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner to go choice for you and your family. Ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Caba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
All right. Chris sent this in for us. We appreciate him on Twitter. He said, this is worth a trash on the table story. A Facebook page listing. Heard about it while he was in a bar in Appleton, Wisconsin while traveling. Worth investigating. Maybe a bracket challenge stop. It is simply called the Testicle Festival, May 20th. Must be 21 to enter. I don't know why you have to be 21 to enter.
They give them an alcohol.
Rocky and Tara's Nut House.
Yeah, I will tell you the people there are going to be rough as a corn cob.
You think so?
Yes.
Rocky and Tara's Nut House? Is that the name of the place?
I mean, who's playing?
And Tara.
They have a couple of bands. Broken Era is on the air on the stage 2 to 6, and Johnny. Is they leave an E off of Wade?
Johnny Watt.
Did they leave the E off of Wade?
That's why it's 21 plus, man. Old Johnny Watt takes the mic. You never know what's going to happen.
8 p.m. to 12 a.m. at the Testicle Festival there. Gates open at 1 p.m. every day, coming up on May the 20th. That would be after the bracket.
Wait, so big question, though, where is this joint?
It's in Appleton, Wisconsin. I've got it right here. So Johnny and Tara's Nut House in Kaukauna, Wisconsin. I think it's just outside of Appleton. So I mean, I think we could put it in the.
What all do I get at the Nut Festival? Like, load up my sack here real quick and tell me what are.
I don't really.
here.
I've got the same exact information you've got right there. The gates open at 1, Jim. May 20th.
It's at Rocky and
it's at Rocky and Tara's.
Yep.
Since I'm on the Floribama Wi-Fi, I will Google Testicle Festival.
Okay. Well, here's a comment though. Rocky and Tara's is for sale. This will most likely be the last Testicle Festival for the 2 bars together.
You don't say.
So you hope they hope to see us there.
Oh, there are Testicle Festivals all over the country.
There are. This is the one
to
he has.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, this is the one he has sent us. But yes, there are many Testicle Festivals. This one appears to be a good one.
Read the top line there.
A Testicle Festival is an event held at several small towns where the featured activity is the consumption of animal testicles, usually battered and fried.
Usually.
Oh, so if we go, do we have to eat?
I think that should be part of the punishment. Yes, you've got to sample testicles.
It seems like the
hello,
closest.
sir. How are you?
It seems like
perfect for Big Earl.
Just the right time.
Big Earl, have you ever had testicles? Yeah.
I had one.
That's why they called you the Unabomber. Big Earl. Don't forget our podcast, Mystery Fifth Hour, drops Sunday with Big Earl from the Floribama.
So the Testicle Festival would be quite a punishment. And especially if you got to eat, I mean, I think if you go, Lance, you're going to have to eat them, or me, or Jim, or anyone.
Yeah, I wonder, can you fly into Appleton, or do you fly into,
you got to go Milwaukee. Closest Testicle Festival to us is Bentonville, Arkansas.
I mean, we'll go there too. That's up to you guys.
When is that one?
I don't know when it is.
I
mean, I would imagine the testicles. I mean, Taylor, right? I mean, it's like oysters,
yesterday.
right? Testicles are only in season a certain part of
any month with
the
an
calendar, right? Yeah.
I think you can fry anything any month.
You think
like
so?
you can eat fried oysters whenever you want.
I'm going to want my testicles fresh.
They called them Rocky Mountain oysters because when I spent that summer in Kansas, a lot of the locals loved them.
Yeah, I think you fly into Milwaukee and drive. Appleton's fairly close to Green Bay.
Here's the Bentonville test. They have their own link.
I'm willing to put that on the board.
Yeah, I think it should be on the board. Taylor is curating. You can go find it, and Taylor can send it back out at any time. You can go find it on Twitter at Next Round Live. The sheet where you can submit some ideas for bracket punishments, but I am fine with this being one of them, no doubt.
August 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Boy, you think it'll be hot in Bentonville?
Yeah.
You miss week 0 to be a testicle festival.
Yeah, I mean that's football season.
15 bands, by the way, there.
Yeah,
getting after.
Name one you know.
I'm going. You know,
there's probably one in the Opry though, right?
Yeah, I think all those guys made the Opry. Yeah. You get some free stuff at this one, but it's BYOB.
You got to bring your own balls.
No,
yeah, you do. You bring your own balls. With that, no better line than that. Hit it, Tyler. Let's hit the big button, man.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations at Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first in Peru. Police have seized a mummified human believed to be between 600 and 800 years old from a former 26-year-old food delivery man.
Okay, a lot of questions there. I'll let you develop this a little bit.
The mummy was found in an isothermal bag that the man named Julio Bermejo had once used to deliver food to people's homes. Now, Bermejo had been arrested and will remain in detention while investigators dwell further into the strange case. Bermejo claims to have cared for the mummy, who he calls Juanita, in his home for the past 30 years. After his father brought it home, he described how the mummy sleeps beside him in his bedroom.
Oh, my God.
Adding that he takes great care of it. Quote, I take care of her. I maintain her. She's like my spiritual girlfriend.
Oh,
yeah. I would definitely.
Wow. Okay.
Wait.
Well, Tyler's got a photo of the guy if you just want to take a peek right there.
As I look at him, I definitely say he's got mummy issues.
Yeah.
He looks like if Anthony Kiedis got like really strung out on meth.
And got hit in the head with a rock?
Yeah. Maybe. Now, according to the Ministry of Culture, the mummified remains are thought to be a, quote, pre-Hispanic relic of a man who was at least 45 years old and should be referred to as Juan rather than Juanita.
So it's not even a girl?
He made it a girl, though. Takes good care of her, man. He's what we call crazy.
You think so?
Yeah. Police in Fort Worth arrested 2 siblings in connection with what they call an organized theft ring. Now, the suspects, 19-year-old Dexter and 22-year-old Destiny Goins, are accused of stealing thousands of dollars worth of scented candles and other merchandise from a Lake Worth retail store. Officers reportedly spotted Dexter at the store on Monday. He took off when they tried to pull him over, but he was arrested a few minutes later in the neighborhood. Police later arrested his sister in connection to the case and recovered dozens of candles. Both are charged with engaging in organized criminal activity. I don't think they're not going to pull the RICO Act out on these for stealing candles.
I don't think so, but if I'm going to risk jail time for an organized crime ring, it ain't going to be for candles. It just seems like, we talk about risk and reward.
Yep.
Heavy risk, very low reward. What you going to do with all those candles?
I would agree. I like candles. Not going to lie. But not going to go to the links of that. How about this? This is good for YouTube.
For us or YouTube?
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. New study conducted by researchers at the Northwest Minzu University in China has revealed that the consumption of soda increases testicle size and testosterone levels for men.
All right. We got the festival coming up that way.
Now, the experts were attempting to determine the impact that fizzy drinks have on fertility and sex organs in men, and the studies conducted on mice demonstrated that their testes increased in size after drinking Coke and Pepsi over a 15-day period.
That's where they came up with the slogan, have a Coke and a smile.
That's right.
Previous studies have linked carbonated drinks to harming reproductive functions, but the team found that the opposite was true when it came to testosterone. Now, the study authors concluded drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola could promote testis development and enhance testosterone secretion. They went on to say our findings provide the scientific basis for fully understanding carbonated beverages' effects and their mechanism on development and reproduction function of humans and how they benefit the prevention of prostate dysfunction or cancer.
Kevin said if beer worked that way, he wouldn't be able to walk around.
We need a wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow.
Kim suddenly found himself in the middle of a disturbing incident after staying at a hotel in Thailand. His hotel room was suddenly invaded by an unknown woman who laid down on his bed, started sleeping. He and his girlfriend heard a knock at the door. His girlfriend and fellow cosplayer Zen Jean stood up, briefly leaving her ongoing League of Legends games to open the door. Before Zen Jean could react, a mysterious girl rushed inside of the room, took off her clothes, and laid in the bed next to Kim, covering herself in a blanket.
This sounds like, oh, hang on. We got photos of this one, too.
Is this a new level of the game?
Well, it sounds like the excuse he makes up to his girlfriend when she finds him in bed with another woman. Like, listen, I know you're not going to believe this story, but I'm playing League of Legends.
Yeah, listen to this. Kim claimed that the woman fell asleep on their bed and that he himself was so confused as to what was going on. He tried to sit up, but the strange woman wouldn't let him. As he laid there, his girlfriend continued playing the game of League of Legends. I guess it wasn't an excuse.
I guess not if she's in the game.
Now, she didn't seem to care about the situation and told him to handle it himself.
Okay.
Wow, that's dangerous. Things were eventually resolved when he called the hotel receptionist to take the mysterious woman out of the room. It turned out the woman had a mental illness, forgot to take her meds.
Oh, that's sad.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is that mental illness called where you take your clothes off and get in other people's bed?
And finally, we've got a Chicago man burglarized a work cruise van while wearing an electronic monitoring bracelet for two pending. He's up for two pending burglary cases right now.
This is back-to-back days. Tyler's given us a story of a criminal recreating a crime, basically, while wearing an ankle monitor.
Yeah, they say incredibly here the arrest occurred about 2 hours after he left the police station on bond after a concealed carry holder held him at gunpoint for allegedly breaking into another car. Rodolfo Centilla. Really, his bad day began around 10 a.m. last Tuesday when the 49-year-old concealed carry holder walked out of a store and allegedly saw Centilla inside of his vehicle. Now, the licensed firearm carrier pulled out his gun, pointed at Centilla at the exact moment that the Chicago police officer was passing by. Now, the cop,
that's a bad break right there.
The concealed carry holder might be robbing someone, pointed his gun at the concealed carry holder, who placed his weapon on the ground and then explained what happened. Officers then arrested Centilla, charged him with a misdemeanor criminal trespass to a vehicle. He walked out of the station around 4:30 p.m. 2 hours later, Chicago police arrested Centilla again. Two workers were detaining Centilla when officers arrived to investigate a vehicle break-in.
I mean, I know, again, a lot of times criminals get in these situations by the fact that they're not real good at critical thinking, right?
That's right.
Continuing to commit crimes while wearing the ankle monitoring just seems like really bad choices to me. They literally know where you are at all times.
They are watching.
Yes. I mean, you're just not going to get away with this.
You can outrun the law when they're watching you.
That's right.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find your home. Best terms available will guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, also Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online right now. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
One football note after I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. My buddy Greg Nelson and his wonderful wife own Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. You should too. Best part about Greg, he's local. He's got 10 kids. He loves it here. He's not going anywhere. His crews are local. So when storms happen, you can have a local crew that you can trust that's not going to leave the state or leave the country, the next day, the next week, and you'll never be able to find them and use that warranty if something happens down the road. Greg's always going to be there. Greg from Pell City. Look him up on Facebook or call this number for a free roof inspection. That's right. He'll give you a free roof inspection, no obligation, if you call this number, and it's his cell number, by the way, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the good guys out there. Player survey. It's like an employee survey, but the NFL surveyed all of the NFL players. Okay. Not everybody answers,
of course
not everybody.
Because how many times do you send those things back in?
Yeah, yourself? Rarely. I've got to do one. Maggie's on me to doing one for our church. I got to send back a survey.
Help the church,
so I'm going to do that. But the NFL player survey, one of the worst franchises sent out, Washington Commanders.
I can believe that.
Yeah, there were a couple others lower than them. I think the Cardinals and one other. But the Washington Commanders got Fs in training room, locker room, and travel accommodations.
Oh, wow.
How can you get an F in travel accommodations?
I would have thought like I know in the NBA, because we've had friends that have traveled with NBA teams. They have it in their
Players
Association agreement. It's got to be a 5-star hotel.
100%.
No matter the city, it's a 5-star hotel, which, because we were talking about that, like when the Pelicans played that game in Birmingham, they, I think, stayed at the Westin down by the BJCC. I don't know if it's officially 5 stars. But anyway, they that's in their players agreement. You got to be in a 5-star hotel.
The more and more you hear, is Daniel Snyder going to go down as one of the all-time worst owners?
Well, he's got to he's got to hurry up and sell the team. If he doesn't, they're going to take the team away from it.
Yeah, I don't understand. First of all, how bad Washington has become. It used to be one of the great franchises in all of the NFL. And then just all of the stuff, just the bad PR that he brings.
Yeah. I mean, they're in a situation he needs to get his money while he can before they start forcing some of the issues.
I don't know how NFL teams start staying in 5-star hotels, though. How could travel accommodations be that bad for the Commanders?
And it's one night, right?
Yeah, it's one night in big towns where they're generally reserving. I would imagine most of the NFL teams use the same hotel in every town.
Why are you not?
Yeah.
That's what the players in Washington think of their travel accommodations. When we come back, we'll roll through some other things, including more basketball in our final hour of the show, and some big events coming up here at the Floribama as well. We'll talk about that in our final hour of the show as we conclude our 3-day stay here at the beautiful location down on the Alabama Gulf Coast. This is the Floribama in the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. We're down here at the coast getting a lot of seafood. I had grouper last night. It was just wonderful. We've had shrimp. Haven't had any oysters on this trip. What else have you had seafood-wise?
I'm going to get mercury poisoning.
Okay.
I just eat so much tuna.
You just
literally, so I'm trying to keep up the days. Tuesday night, I had the tuna wrap. Last night, I had the tuna tacos at Coastal. And I think I'm going back to the tuna wrap today. But will you guys go over there with me, or are y'all dead set on eating here?
Well, it's the same. Same people. So yeah. I'll go over there if you want to. Nope.
I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how this all shakes out here at the end of the show.
Brown is he's tired of you.
They're supposed to have a burger that is equivalent or better at the yacht club.
Interesting.
I'm just saying, if you're really in the mood for a burger.
Yeah. Same people own it. I bet it's the same burger.
Well, it probably is. I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't sound like you want to go there.
Well, I'm not against it. I'd kind of like to see how things shake out at the end of the show. We've got some people that are coming by here to visit with us, and I'd like to get on the road back to Birmingham at some point. So we'll just see how it goes.
But if you were at Champy's Chicken today, what would you order?
Jim, I'm going to go with the caramel cake. I haven't had many desserts down here. That's the thing. Now, my desserts have kind of been a bushwhacker, which is basically an adult milkshake.
Yeah, it really is.
This is actually the day I would drink a bushwhacker.
Would you? Well,
yeah.
I'm sure they can make that happen here.
Yeah, because I'm not going to stack up 17 Bud Lights on top of it today. So, Taylor, would you have a bushwhacker if we get one at the top of the hour here?
See, that's not even fair. I've got to drive back. I need somebody to
You and I are
me.
the non-drivers.
Yeah, that's right. No, Lance brought his own car. Dunaway's with me.
No, trust me, I've been in everybody else's car on this whole trip. And everybody else's boat. It's been a great trip for me. Our friends at Champy's Chicken bring you this hour, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful folks right there, champy'schecken.com. Steve, if you're listening, Taylor and I will take a bushwhacker.
I'll take one.
Brown will take a bushwhacker as well. LT?
No.
Okay, 3 bushwhackers, Steve, if you're listening upstairs. If you're not,
3 bushwhackers anyway.
3 bushwhackers anyway. All right, basketball tonight, Michigan and Illinois, 6 o'clock on ESPN. And then a great night in the Pac-12. Arizona State and UCLA. Arizona State's played their way into the tournament or right on the bubble, depending where they are. Would be a huge win for Arizona State tonight against UCLA. It's big for them, 8 o'clock on ESPN, because they're trying to get to the 1 line. They're trying to be a 1 overall seed.
Yeah, and it's a really good UCLA team. They seem to they were lucky to survive Colorado on Sunday, but this is Mick Cronin, hell of a coach. And for whatever reason, UCLA was a difficult job for years.
Yep.
Absolutely was. I told you why it was a difficult job for coaches. John Calipari actually is the guy I heard say this. When I was emceeing, I was actually interviewing him at a speaking event at the Birmingham Tip-Off Club, And I was at a table with Coach Calipari while we were eating lunch, and somebody asked him, in hindsight, that's kind of funny now that you think about it. Kenny Payne was there with him. The Louisville head coach was his assistant. It's just kind of funny when I think back on that
Really
Kenny
bad
Payne
year
was
for
there
him,
too. Yeah, I know. It was a terrible year for Louisville. But somebody asked Calipari, why can UCLA not be what they were under Wooden? And his answer surprised me. He said, because their coach has to fly commercial to recruit. And he said, you cannot effectively recruit in college basketball if you have to fly commercial.
Well, especially now. Think about the delays.
Well, but he was like, I forget the month. I think it's May and June.
But you just don't have time to land at an
there's
airport.
a 30-day window where all those, like the Peach Jam and all those tournaments are. And if you're not flying private, it's hard to get to all of them and see what you need to see, is what Calipari was saying.
You're probably hitting some 2 in a day.
Yeah. And he said, as long as your school is having to fly commercial to recruit for their head coach, you're never going to compete on a high level.
Couple of NFL football notes here before we get to the top of the hour and jump back into Alabama and Auburn last night for all of you joining us during the lunch hour. Leonard Fournette, likely going to be one of those cap casualties with my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not the same back last year, but still produced 1,000 yards from scrimmage, about 500 rushing, 500 receiving. Could be a good complementary back if you've got a stud or you're not a big running team. 2 likely destinations I heard coming out of Indianapolis, the Chargers and the Bills for Leonard Fournette.
Well, the Bills have not had a consistent run game. Devin Singletary's solid. But what the Bills could use is a closer like Fournette, because as you say, it could be complimentary, but at the same time, still very physical. And a guy in the fourth quarter with all of his experience still was really effective for your Bucs.
How would you grade his NFL?
B-.
Really good once he got when Brady got to Tampa. Those 3
Yep.
years have been really, really good.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. 4,478 rush yards, 34 touchdowns in his career. So
how many years?
So he's played 79 games, Lance. 79 games.
I think he's 26 years old.
Yeah,
would be
will
5
be
years.
26.
So 2017 was his rookie year.
Yep.
I mean, that's a pretty solid career. He's had a solid running back careers now aren't what they used to be. So that's a solid running back career.
3 years in Jacksonville, but that last year he was, I guess he went 1,000 yards his last year.
He did. He 1,000 yards his rookie year and 1,000 yards his last year in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So how many 1,000-yard seasons?
Those 2. Now, he's only played 6 seasons. He's a guy that you used to say leading up to the draft, like, if you look at him against Alabama, he doesn't look like he's going to measure up in the NFL. And I think he's had a solid career in the NFL.
Especially when you factor in his receiving yards to go with that, what he's done in Tampa. He caught the ball so well out of the backfield last year.
2,200 receiving yards in his career. So, overall, he's like a, 6,700, 7,000 yard total yard guy. And has scored a bunch of touchdowns. He's had a solid NFL career, Leonard Fournette has.
And your Rams, by the way, still talking about, while they're in Indianapolis, trading away Jalen Ramsey, who I believe is 28 years old. And the reason they would do that is for draft capital.
I don't know why you do it. He's still in his prime. He's still arguably one of the top 3 corners. He is one of the few physical presence that you've got on that Rams defense. Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald, and Bobby Wagner was great last year, 140 tackles, but they released Bobby Wagner. And now you're going to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. This really feels, for whatever reason, like a rebuild, but you've still got such a talented roster, it just doesn't make any sense.
One of the rumors I told Lance, I came in the office about a week ago, and I was like, hey, I was reading an article where the rumor is that they're going to trade Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal that he's getting traded.
Yeah.
I hate it. I don't know if it's going to be the Dolphins or not.
I would take him, Lance.
And then one more thing from the NFL. Everybody really saw it in the playoffs, but all year long, the Eagles have developed a unstoppable quarterback sneak for a yard, right?
Yeah, well, the rules have developed that, but yes, the Eagles have taken
that
advantage
might
of it.
change.
Yep.
And that's the discussion now. The big discussion is on possibly changing the rules. Basically, they just line up in sort of a spear formation and push Jalen Hurts and just wedge him up there in the sea of bodies.
And I'm just saying, in the era of player safety, which is the era we're in, that is the play that we now make legal that looks the least player safety to me. You got a bunch of big guys. You got a quarterback running into big guys, being pushed by big guys. It just seems like you increase injury in that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that anybody's been hurt doing it.
No, but the way they do it,
I hate the play.
It's just, I hate it too because it seems so automatic.
I know.
Well,
Like the defense has no chance.
I don't like anything that seems to be automatic.
I read the numbers yesterday. I forgot exactly what they were this year.
I think the Eagles missed one.
Well, they actually missed 4, but they tried it was like 58 to 62 or something crazy.
Yeah.
But your coach, Mike McDaniel, said there is something to being able to successfully do something when everyone knows it's coming and they still can't stop it. There is something to that.
There is, but I'm like Dunaway. I'm not sure it makes the game more entertaining. Like any 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, I just feel like it's automatic now. The defense used to have a chance. There's no way you can stop. You're allowing the offense to do something by rule that is completely unstoppable. I mean, how are you going to stop that if you're a defense? What do you do?
Well, I think what happens now is more teams find a Taysom Hill that can run that play on 3rd and short and 4th and short. I mean, if you can still get that push behind you, I mean, Jalen Hurts is obviously a physical, really strong, especially in the legs quarterback. But I would just find that guy on my roster that could run that play.
Because, before they –
by the way, 3rd and 3, you run that twice, you get the first down probably.
I mean, that's the thing. Short yardage is so hard to pick up. That's why you see, in the NFL, it's like every 4th and 1 you're punting.
And a lot of people had started going to, like Miami used it. I saw Kansas City use it, where you bring your tight end in motion. He stops behind the center, gets under center, quick snap, and quarterback and tight end sneak at that point. And that became a very difficult play to stop because you got a bigger guy, but nobody's pushing him. Now that you can push, I mean, it does feel so automatic.
It does. All right. Top of the hour. When we come back, our final hour from this run at the Floribama, our buddy Steve Powers will join us at 12:35 after hopefully he grabs us a few, what do they call, bushwhackers?
We're pouring our own bushwhacker? We're going to do a video? Oh, Dunaway's about to fix us some bushwhackers. Go with him. Go with him. I'll get us to the top. All right, so Taylor is going with Dunaway and Steve Powers. Jim is about to, for video, yes, three bushwhackers, no topper.
I don't need one. A bushwhacker. Thank you, though.
Dunaway is about to become a full-fledged employee of the Floribama. You'll see it on our video.
I just got called an effing baby.
By who? Oh, by why did I say by who?
I want one.
Yeah. Well, we'll
I need a driver.
I bet you one shows up right here if I had to guess. So we'll see how Dunaway does that when we return. What did he tell me, Lance? Gutter cap. Tell him about our buddy C. Stewart Gutter Cap.
823-2212 Gutter Cap. It's an aluminum panel. It fits over your existing gutter. It will keep debris out. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 823-2212. You can always go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Chris Stewart's got a great 2023 special for you. Call him up today. Tell him the next round sent you. Again, 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
When we return, more on Alabama winning the SEC championship, their win over Auburn, where Auburn goes from here, where Alabama goes from here, where the SEC goes from here as it relates to the NCAA tournament. All that coming up next on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, But not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Taylor's about to send out a video. And Taylor, just thumbs up. I mean, a passing grade on my bartending skills.
It's a pretty good looking bushwhacker. You know, when I was a kid,
it's kind of hard to dick up though, because they.
Wow, Lance immediately going to discount Dunaway's. Or you didn't even cheers me. Cheers.
Cheers. Sorry.
When I was a kid,
I hate these, right?
I do, yeah. That's the one I dropped, but okay, I'm kidding.
When I was a kid, I really loved Frosties from Wendy's back in the day. I haven't had a Frosty in forever. These are basically a Frosty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With rum.
With rum. Yes. Not the kind I got as a kid at
actually 5 different kinds of alcohol, I think.
Yeah. I actually saw the pre-production today. Lance has been in the Bushwhacker.
Did you go under?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pre-production of the Bushwhacker. So thank you, Jim, for making some Bushwhackers. Taylor got video. We'll have that out on social media.
The upset of the week is, and I can guarantee this, Brown had more Bushwhackers than I did.
Oh, there's zero doubt about that. I love a Bushwhacker.
Yeah, I mean, he was running it as a meal some days, right? It was.
Well, he said that was his dessert this week.
Yeah, it really has been.
It is dessert.
All right, we're going to talk more basketball here. Part of this hour is being brought to you by the great folks at Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, and the crew.
Well, I'm going to show you this. Look at the last number I dialed.
Mm-hmm. I heard this phone call. Yeah, I heard this phone call.
Yeah.
That's Chad. Yep.
Hemphill Services.
229-2090.
Right.
I got a text from a friend earlier. They're having a little issue at the house. So I called up Andrew, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. They're the best. Right now they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. But anything you need, your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. Great guys. When I was talking to Andrew, he was like, you guys getting out on the boat again today?
Boy,
yep.
God, I wish we were. I wish it was a boat ride to the house.
Oh. So that tank,
all of a sudden,
that's a
I'll take that too.
By the way, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. These guys are awesome. That tank yesterday on that boat holds 440 gallons.
Yeah. And
so he said he could get you the keys from here.
Well, that's why I was
let's go.
That's why let's go. That's why I was with Paul at dinner last night. He's like, no, let me buy the dinner. I said, dude, how much gas did you spend on us today or yesterday?
A lot, trust me.
I mean, I'm guessing $1,000 in gas.
Yeah. I mean, we opened that thing up. You got to think it eats a little gas a little bit.
But I'll tell you, man, that is a great value because I was asking how much it is to rent for the entire day. I think it's like $1,500. Something like that.
You get the whole day, 12 of you on the boat.
Yeah. So, I mean, $150 a person for an entire day on that boat. And I'm just rounding up for tip, to take care of the captain. But that's pretty incredible.
That is.
That's value.
Get that at the Floribama. Go to their website there. You can check out how you can rent the Invincible when you're down here on the coast. We're about
On the Line is the name of the boat.
Okay, do the
FloriBamaOnTheLine.com.
Thank you very much. Pass that information along. as we get into the conversation here about basketball that Brown teased while I was pulling that, we jump into that and talk a little bit more Alabama and Auburn basketball. But first, let's get some reaction from the game last night in which Alabama won the contest 90-85 in overtime. I'd like to revisit first Bruce's reaction, because a lot of people are hearing this for the first time today and giving a reaction to this. And I wonder if, people in the SEC office are hearing this today. But if you can give me cut 3, Tyler, this was with Andy Burcham on the Auburn radio broadcast last night. So this is Bruce talking to Auburn people after a hard-fought loss on the road in Tuscaloosa to your rival in a game that a 17-point lead was lost by Auburn in the final 10 minutes. So here's Bruce Pearl last night, right after the game, courtside at Coleman Coliseum on the Auburn Radio Network.
Club played its heart out tonight, Bruce.
Yep, we played well. We played hard. We should have won the game. Very, very disappointing. Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them. At the end of the day, I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed! We played hard. It played well. If that's the number 1 team in the country, come on the road, hostile environment. But we needed that one to get the NCAA, and we didn't get it. Dylan Cardwell's hurt. He's probably not going to play against Tennessee because of his injury. We need his physicality. He got fouled down there at the end of the game. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
I mean, my gosh.
One of our friends' daughters actually snapped a selfie with Bruce right after that.
Yeah, that's what was
Bruce
amazing.
Thrilled too.
Yeah, but that's what's amazing. Bruce is walking off the court.
Yep.
And one of our interns actually, she helped start the company, MK, is standing there as he's walking out and says, "Can I get a selfie with you?" He stopped.
Did you send this to Forrester?
Credit to him for stopping it.
Did not.
Credit to him for stopping and doing it, but she could not have known what happened there just happened. I mean, this was moments after. He's so pissed. He slams his headset down, the Auburn Network headset, and walks off.
But I mean, there are people who will say negative things about Bruce for those comments, and I understand that the SEC may have a reprimand or may fine him for those comments about questioning officiating. But to me, one of the reasons you want Bruce Pearl at your program is because he cares. He's passionate. He wears that heart on his sleeve, and his teams usually play like he coaches. They play fiery, and I don't like us to criticize moments like that so much that we don't get moments like that anymore. That makes me like sports more because of moments like that.
And I also understand Bruce is frustrated by the loss, but self-admittedly, he had not watched all the film and didn't know some of the situations that happened. And while I don't think Broom should have been called for a foul in the situation with Quinterly, I think that should have been out of bounds off Broom Alabama ball, and then assess whatever technicals you do. I don't think there should have been a personal foul there. I also don't think there was a foul on the Cardwell injury. I think that was a couple guys getting tangled up. Unfortunately for Cardwell, his foot got caught under and is spraining his ankle. And unfortunately for Auburn, he's probably not going to play against Tennessee if at all again. I don't know. But I don't think that was a foul either. So that's where, with Bruce, you're in the heat of the moment. You've just lost an emotional game. I mean, I get his emotion. They've played Alabama really, really well twice, and they've lost both games.
Yeah, okay.
And it's probably keeping them out of the NCAA tournament at this point.
You say all that stuff. Well, he hasn't seen that yet.
Well, I know.
That's why I don't want to criticize him. I'm not saying he's right about the calls.
You've got to, if you're a coach, I get your frustration, but I think he's wrong about that call, and you're blowing up about a call that probably wasn't a foul.
But he hasn't seen that yet. So
I know that's why
when
he
sees it
that way.
He's going to probably regret some of the
that's what I'm saying. That's why you've got to be careful about saying that kind of thing, because
I get tired of everyone being careful in the world.
Well, I mean, okay.
I mean, what is
I love it.
So what?
But his wallet's going to be a little bit lighter.
So what? So what if it somehow inspires his fans to be a little bit more amped up on Saturday when they need that win over Tennessee?
Well, you know what?
I mean, I would get tired of sitting here every day if we just had a bunch of some of you pick a boring coach news conferences all the time.
Yeah,
and
I
stuff.
mean,
It'd be a boring world to live in.
I think every coach ought to do that, but you got, Bruce is wrong in what he said. I mean, this is the worst Ford I've ever had here at Florida. I don't know what went wrong here. It's just awful. I didn't see you pour it, but it's awful. So I'm just going to say that, but I didn't see it, but I think you totally screwed it up. Too thick.
Well, I don't understand why you're doing a drive-by on the Floribama.
No, I'm not. No, the Floribama does a great job.
He's doing his analogy.
I'm doing my analogy. I didn't see you pour it, but I'm just going to assume I didn't like it.
I will say this is the shittiest analogy since Clay Travis on Tuesday.
Well, I mean,
try to tie.
But this is what you're saying is Bruce ought to be able to just go lamblast the SEC, or not the SEC officials, but the officials doing the game and talk about the bad calls they got without actually seeing them. But you just like it because he showed some fire.
I liked it because that's what he saw with his eyes.
Well, but he's
wrong. Okay, he's wrong, but I do not have a problem in real time him reacting that way. He can be wrong later when he sees it. Right?
Okay.
But at that moment, he didn't know he was wrong.
Now that he said it to the Auburn network and he's fired up the Auburn base and everybody's all pissed about it.
Listen, I like Bruce.
I love Bruce. This has nothing to do with, don't make it whether I like Bruce Pearl or not. That's got nothing to do with it. Bruce Pearl is wrong. You can't see through your like for Bruce to say he's wrong and he was wrong in saying that.
You can't understand not always having to be right to say that this guy can be emotional about a game. What was it? Probably 4 minutes after it's over with, there's still fans cheering.
Yeah.
And he's just reacting to what he saw with his eyes. Everybody goes back and sees game tape later and sees things that are different than that. But in that moment in time, I like the rawness of that. I'm glad he did it. And I like the fact that Nate's always, at least up until recently, every time he's been on our show, he's as candid as you can be. He's candid. He says, it's probably their Super Bowl. I love that.
Yeah.
I don't want to get to where we're criticizing the crap out of these guys to where they're no longer going to, show their personality and give us any emotion.
I haven't heard anything about Andy and Sonny on the broadcast. I can only imagine.
Sonny wasn't doing it. I don't know what's going on there, but he's missed 2 road games. Yeah. I don't know. Last time I know at Auburn, Andy got a little bit upset. That video came out.
Well, we've got the selfie ready to roll.
Yes, we do.
Here's the selfie of MK, our former intern, help us start the company. She's right there with Bruce as he's leaving the court. And that quick selfie there. Bruce is fired up as you're going to be and still takes time to take the picture with an Auburn grad there. That is absolutely fantastic.
I found out too. So our buddy Jimmy Anthony. So Mary Caitlin was on the court with her sister Morgan. And when Alabama was down 17, he made the girls switch seats.
Yeah,
and he said that was the difference.
I noticed that actually.
MK was on the end during the first half and for a little bit in the second half, and then they switched and put the Alabama student one on the end there on that front row.
So Bobby is hammering me now for saying that 2 close losses to the overall #1 seed are keeping Auburn out of the NCAA tournament. If anything, those losses are showing the committee Auburn deserves to be in. They got to find 68. They do got to find 68. I would think I don't know where you would have it today. Lance and I had it after the Kentucky game. Auburn out. I can't say Auburn's back in with a loss.
Yeah.
Well,
you had them in, so I guess you would keep them in.
I'm not going to say my opinion is better than the opinion of the people that do the brackets, but Auburn was easily in after the Kentucky loss. They still had a bye. They weren't even in Dayton yet. So they're not going to be in a worse situation now after playing the number 1 overall seed close on the road in overtime.
It comes down to winning Saturday. I mean, we said it before the game last night. They have to win one of these 2 games to securely be in. They could still be in. Do I think they're one of the best 68 teams in America? Of course. But they have lost 8 of 11 games.
They have. They're not playing. Some of those were close, but they're not playing their best basketball. And they'll go back and watch last night after shooting the ball so well early in the game, hitting 10 of their first 12 threes.
They just had to put it all together.
12 of 20 overall. And the same way they shot the ball well at Neville. And for 33 minutes, they outplayed Alabama at Neville.
Well, I'll
and
tell
they
you
lost
what,
the game. And then last night, Brandon, let me finish here.
Oh,
last night, pretty much the same way. It was about the 7-minute mark. They're still up, but at the 30 minutes, they outplayed Alabama by 17 points. And then Alabama came back. So they had Alabama beat for chunks of games and couldn't finish against them.
2 of Alabama's worst 3-point shooting games were against Auburn. I don't know what it, and I thought Alabama was getting pretty good looks last night.
Oh yeah,
and they've shot better at home. I'm not saying Auburn didn't play good defense, but I don't,
No, they had some wide open looks.
Yeah, it's not like the threes missed were hotly contested threes. I mean, Alabama had some pretty good looks that they were missing.
I think they had to work so hard to get those
That
looks,
could
though,
be.
and I think that
Yeah.
throws off your timing of catching and shooting. I think that can impact you. Same way when they played Tennessee. You just have to work so hard on the offensive side trying to get your shot that usually comes easier against lesser defensive teams. UConn did it to Alabama too. Houston did it to Alabama too.
Alan Flanagan, nice game last night. Jalen Williams, good game. Broome has been really good at times this year. Katie Johnson, without the missed free throws, they won the game last night, but he was really good behind the arc. I mean, if they put all this together, Auburn is a really dangerous team.
They are. If they can get in the tournament, I think, there's a scenario where they could win some games in the tournament. I don't know, man. I don't know if they lose to Tennessee Saturday, which I don't think they're going to do. I think they're going to win that game. I just don't know where this Auburn team is in the bracket.
When we come back, we'll talk about the SEC tournament next week in Nashville. We'll leave the Floribama here, and we'll go to Nashville next week and be up there for the SEC tournament. So we're looking forward to that trip up to the Music City. But Brown's got some thoughts about what the end of the season could do and setting things up in Nashville coming up in just the second part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's keeping you in the game when it comes to getting the ring you need to pop the question.
Yes, family owned and operated since 1832. They are your diamond specialists, 2 great locations, the Summit, also Mountain Brook. For more information, Brombergs.com. But Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You can find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Again, to view specifically, go online, Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Back with you from the beautiful Floribama for a couple of more segments. In fact, Steve Powers will join us in the next segment to talk about some of the great events they have coming up over the next few months here at the Floribama, including the words that is synonymous with here, mullet toss. Mullet toss. And there may be a way for you to watch that live this year.
Yeah, that's the rumor right now, which I'm excited about because I'm not going to be able to get down here for the mullet toss, but I will definitely watch from the couch.
Now, we were out on the Floribama boat. It's an Invincible, and it's named what?
It is named On the Line.
On the
It
Line.
is an invincible catamaran, 40 feet long, named On the Line.
Yeah, so we were talking about just speculating how much it might cost to fill a 440-gallon tank. And my buddy Cale back in Birmingham said that he got to visit the second largest personal yacht when he was living in St. Thomas. He said you can Google it. It's Larry Ellison's The Rising Sun. He said he was hanging out with their workers, and they said filling up the tank costs, guess how much? Second largest yacht in the world.
Filling the tank up?
How about, I mean, do you know the gallons?
I don't know the gallons, but he said it was $1 million to fill it up.
What?
$1 million.
What? I better get some good gas mileage on that thing if I'm going to pay $1 million to fill it up.
I mean,
turn it around.
Are we filling it up with gold?
Yes.
I mean,
gold.
Hey, how big do you think a tank is on something like that? Well, it's the second largest yacht in the world.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Hey, to fill up the boat we were on yesterday, how much does that cost?
900 gallons.
I thought it was 440.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
All these numbers and these drinks.
I mean, if you think we're going to do math right now,
hell, they got a spelling bee coming up here.
We can't do math with no bushwhackers.
Only thing I know how to fill up on that boat yesterday was Bud Light, a cooler. Big cooler on there too. We kept throwing a case of Bud Light in there and didn't come close to filling that thing up.
I've always wanted to. One time we got a boat down here, but we did the pontoon boat like about 10 years ago. But every time I come back, I'm going to try to get out on that boat. Yeah,
rent the Floribama boat. And you can do that again. The website, Brownie.
FloribamaOnTheLine.com. The name of the boat is On the Line. FloribamaOnTheLine.com.
All right. Our more basketball in just a second. What did he say?
140,000 gallons. Yeah.
Wow.
Dang.
So,
gas.
Oh, and by the way, that fuel is a little more expensive than the fuel we pump up in the car.
Yes, that's
but
correct.
140,000 gallons. So I guess it was $1 million.
So the kids want to go tubing. You say, not today, Satan. Not today. All right. So before we get back to this basketball conversation, there's our girl Kelsey just walking in. Sun kissed, wind blown. She looks very happy. I will tell you, the Braves have a great bobblehead coming out. Forster's going to put this picture up right here over in Atlanta on May 25th. It is the Outcast bobblehead. The guys are in a car cruising down the road. Y'all be bobbing back and forth. The bobblehead. Look at this. Outcast
3,000 in Big Boy.
That's a pretty cool bobblehead right there. Yeah.
They'll be handing those out. I mean, collectors for that. That is May 25th over at Truist, the Outcast bobblehead.
Such a good Braves throwback, by the way.
Yeah. So
throwback jersey.
What a great bobblehead. Hey, I wanted to bring up Javon Quinterly and how big he's been in these last two wins for Alabama. So if you will, Tyler, give me cut number 2, Nate Oats, talking about JQ and what he has done against Arkansas, where he scored in the 20s. And then he led Alabama last night, 26 points. And when Alabama, those two games, they were not hitting threes. And he and his ability to get to the hole, to the rack, has been key to them winning these games and scoring any points at all. Here's Nate Oats on March JQ.
I can't be more proud of JQ. I mean, I told him, I told the team, we're getting the March version of JQ. He's definitely the X factor. He's played great for us, particularly in the second half, the last 2 games. I mean, he's obviously really talented. I mean, you look at his line tonight, he ends up with 24 points, 6 assists, not 1 turnover, led the team in plus-minus at plus 16, really getting locked in on the defensive end. He knows how to win, and he's making a lot of winning plays on both sides of the ball for us.
So the NCAA tournament, fill in this blank for me. The NCAA tournament is a blank tournament. It's a
invitational.
No, it is an invitation. It's a guards tournament.
Oh, it's a guards tournament.
Yes,
Okay.
it is an invitational, though. Yes, you cannot.
If you're scoring at home this much.
Yeah, that's right.
It only takes this much to get me.
It's a guards tournament, right? So, and I don't know that that's true, Lance, but it's just one of those axioms we've used forever with the NCAA tournament. It's a guards tournament. So, Mark Sears.
And by the way, I can't remember the last time a big carried a team to a championship. I could be missing somebody.
Well, I think it's the thing that trips up Purdue a lot, right? They're normally built around under Matt Painter. They're built around their big man in the middle, and it trips them up year after year after year. I'm with you. I can't remember the last time a big man you would say was the reason a team won the tournament.
But to your point, I mean, Quinterly, logging 36 minutes last night. If he continues to play at that level, Sears,
and that's the thing. So what are these 2 games?
And Sears was good last night.
So since the calendar flipped to February, all right. So for a full month, Sears has had 2 single-digit scoring games at Tennessee, which Alabama lost, and at South Carolina, which Alabama did everything but lose. They won that game in overtime. He had 2 at Tennessee, 8 at South Carolina. And the problem in both those games was you didn't get the production out of Javon Quinterly that you needed to make up for Sears' poor game. Last night, Sears had 17. Quinterly had 24. Man, if you get that kind of play out of those 2 guys fairly consistently in this postseason, Alabama's going to be a really difficult out.
Yeah, it was good to see Sears hit a couple of shots last night, 26 from Quinterly. It was a 26-9 run and an unbelievable night. Miller, Sears, and Clowney with 17. Alabama cut down the nets. They are SEC champions. So now Auburn tries to get the Tennessee win on Saturday to punch their ticket, or they will then have to go to Nashville and do some work. What can you tell me about the SEC tournament coming up in Nashville? You had something you wanted to add to the show?
No. I'm just talking about, in our mind going into Nashville, where does everything fall out? Alabama going into Nashville is playing potentially to keep the overall number 1 seed.
That's
right.
right.
That's if they beat Texas A&M Saturday to keep the overall number 1 seed. If you missed us earlier, we all discussed the fact that we don't believe Alabama can play their way off the 1 line. You don't believe that, Lance? You don't believe that, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult for them to play their way off.
I agree.
So Texas A&M, I don't know what the highest you guys have seen A&M seeded is in any of these mock brackets. What do you think A&M's ceiling is?
I think they could be a 3 or a 4.
I think they're a 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think they're a 4 or 5 now. I'm saying they could be a 3 or a 4 if they beat Alabama and then make a deep run in Nashville.
Tennessee they are just so banged up, Lance. Tennessee is so banged up. What do you think their ceiling is? Go ceiling and floor with Tennessee. What do you think their ceiling and floor
Ceiling would be a 3, floor is a 7.
Keep in mind, as banged up as Tennessee is, and I know they take injuries into consideration, both what you don't have in the tournament or may not have in the tournament and what you have done or what you did without guys in the regular season. As banged up as Tennessee is, they are still 3rd in the net. I mean, that is a metric that the NCAA leans very, very heavily on when they see this.
Didn't we see their last seeding of 4, though?
Yeah, but they're still 3rd in the net. That is a long way to fall from 3rd in the net. Kentucky lost to Vandy last night. Ceiling and floor for Kentucky going into Nashville. What do you think?
Before the loss last night, I would have had them at a 3 or 4. Now say they're 4 to 6, somewhere there.
I think they're 5 or 6 right now.
5 or 6 right now. And then those are the only ones that are guaranteed to get in. So then you get into the teams that may have work to do. Mississippi State might have the work to do. They got to beat Vanderbilt first tomorrow or Saturday. If State can't beat Vanderbilt Saturday, I think it's a tough road for State. I don't know that they could do much in Nashville other than win the whole thing to get in. I think Vanderbilt's got to win the whole thing to get in. Auburn, if they can't beat Tennessee Saturday, they could be in a situation where they're going to have to pick off at least 2 wins, if not win the whole thing to get in.
I think somebody's going to make a run in this tournament that's going to surprise us.
I mean, there's Arkansas.
I don't.
You don't?
I do.
So you think the winner of this tournament comes from either Alabama or Texas A&M, probably? or Tennessee or Kentucky? I mean, those are your top 4 seeds right now.
It'll be somebody that doesn't play until Friday.
So you think the winner gets a double bye or the bye till Friday, however you want to put that.
Yeah.
So it's in the top 4 seeds. The winner
I think the way the top of the league is playing right now, again, Alabama struggling their last 3 games, Kentucky losing to Vanderbilt, Tennessee, we mentioned banged up, losing multiple games. I think there's going to be some upsets.
Arkansas is a dangerous team at 8-9. But they could play, Thursday, or they will play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, they're going to win 4 straight games to win this thing.
Yeah.
If they were to win it. But that
They're
could be
capable.
a dangerous team. They are capable of doing it. I would have liked them a lot better before I saw what they did at Tennessee. So anyway, I do think, there is some intrigue going into Nashville. This is not just your normal run-of-the-mill SEC tournament. I think there's a lot on the line.
So a lot comes out of that game last night. When we come back, we'll talk about the Floribama and some big events coming up. Always amazed at who watches us on our new format. I'm from Alabaster in a trailer park, so I'm going to butcher this name. I'm going to go Fariden.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Let me see if I can help you out, Jimmy.
My man needs a nickname.
Well, he's watching live currently from Abu Dhabi. Enjoying the show as always. Hope you guys are enjoying the Floribama. We always enjoy the Floribama.
That'd be quite the road trip, wouldn't it?
To Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
I'd do it.
He says the largest yacht in the world takes 264,172 gallons to fill up. That according to the guy in Abu Dhabi who's watching us.
And I would imagine there's a guy in Abu Dhabi that can afford that, and he's probably got that cash in his front pocket.
Knowing the demographics of people who watch our show, chances are that for Fariden watching in Abu Dhabi owns the largest yacht in the world.
Well,
thank you for that information.
He
and
knows.
Please go to our store, nextround.store, and buy all of our T-shirts and hats.
He knows by watching this show that we're willing to travel.
That's right. We will travel. If he really wants to twist our arm, we'll do a show from Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, but if we get there, God, please have air conditioning. If not, LT will bitch about it for 24 hours.
I hadn't said a word about it. You were the one that was bitching about it.
It wasn't me.
Oh yeah,
I'm in the kids' room. It was chill in the kids' room, man. I just looked at the dinosaurs on the wall. It was fantastic. When we come back, Steve Powers joins the show to tell us some great events that are coming up here at the Floribama over the next few months, so you can make your plans for the spring and summer. That is next, right here on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you at the Floribama. We're about to talk to one of our heroes, Steve Powers. We appreciate his service to us. But we'll get into that in just a second. But first, Brownie, tell us about our friends at MyBookie. They'll get everyone into the game. Had a guy last night here at the Floribama tell me, I had stopped gambling my whole life.
Oh, no.
Had stopped gambling.
Right.
Until you guys started advertising MyBookie and this deal Brown's about to tell me about. Yeah. And I got back in.
We hand out vices.
He said, I got back in and I hit my first 3 bets. So I'm cruising along and his wife's sitting here with a bushwhacker going,
yeah,
tell her the rest of
it.
Then he started betting on soccer. And I was like, why'd you start betting on soccer?
Because that's good.
Yeah, and he did. And he lost all of that money he'd won back to even. But MyBookie gives you a chance, if you're smart, to win some money if you listen to this guy.
MyBookie.ag, whether you're trying to make money or just make games more exciting. When you go to MyBookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND, they've got a deposit bonus waiting for you there, up to $2,000. So that helps a little bit, right? If you get that deposit bonus. Now, everybody, all those websites are going to give you deposit bonuses. But what you don't do is you don't read the fine print. You don't see the strings that are attached, and you don't find out, oh, wait a minute, I've got to bet this thing 5 times, 6 times, 10 times before it actually is mine. That is the case at a lot of places, but not at MyBookie.ag. No strings attached. That deposit bonus is in your account. You bet it one time and it's yours forever. Up to $2,000 when you go to MyBookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Shout out to the people here at the Floribama for using it and winning. Good job out of you.
Our man Steve Powers now joins us from the dome here, the brawl room, a lot of people call it. Do you see any Next Round stickers anywhere?
I actually thought of that this morning when I was bringing the equipment down, which Ryan makes me do as part of my duties. And I'm in the elevator and I'm looking around. I'm like, they missed the elevator.
I mean, you're
not in there. Inside the elevator?
I haven't gotten in the elevator. They're on the outside of the elevator.
Now, that's an impressive feat in itself. You being here numerous nights drinking and never use the elevator. I'm impressed.
I got to get some exercise, right?
You look tired, buddy. I'm sorry.
By the way, best makeout place on the property is the elevator.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, dating way back when I met my wife years ago.
Is it one of those?
Did you write your name in there?
Years ago.
Write your name on the wall?
Can you stop the elevator like between floors?
I don't know. It gets stuck. It gets stuck a lot.
Okay.
Yes,
it does. I know y'all got that rule, only one person per stall.
Well, that's in the bathroom.
Yeah, that
doesn't count in the elevator for sure. That doesn't count. So we're sitting there. I'm sorry we didn't join you last night at Coastal. Hope you had a great night. It's a great place.
Fantastic.
We got home from the boat ride, and I looked at Patty. We were getting in the house, and I was like, "Get your stuff. We're gonna go." And I could tell by the look of her sitting on the couch back at me, like I was like, "Oh, we're not gonna go." Okay, all right. So I sat down on the couch. We started watching the game. And I said, "Do you have a good day?" And she said, "I love those boys." And she was being very sincere.
She said she loved us?
Yeah. She said, "I love those boys." Yeah. She said, "Each personality is different, but you all come together so well." And she doesn't say that. I mean, she's a loving person, but that was a really cool thing.
That is
was like,
so sweet.
So she can understand kind of how we feel at the Floribama having you all here. It's always so fun. It's always so much camaraderie there. It's just cool to be a part of.
I needed the other night. So my favorite night here was
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night when we were in the songwriters room in the corner, and we probably were a little much for some people, but I haven't laughed like that in forever.
We had a good time.
We did. We laughed all night.
Boat was yesterday. That was good.
It is my favorite Floribama moment ever. Even back to my single days.
Did she go into our differing personalities? Like
she did not.
Oh, did she not? I'm just curious as how she evaluated that.
She should know I'm usually not this much fun.
Really?
I'm usually a bigger asshole.
That is true.
I'm usually a bigger asshole.
I like Jimmy Floribama.
Yeah. And usually alcohol induced.
And keep in mind this, Tuesday night she stayed out with us. I think we got home at 1 something.
Yeah, it was late.
And we both had to work about 7:30 the next morning. So last night, she felt like she was missing out, obviously, and had a little bit of FOMO, but I think it was still enough where she was like, wow, the couch and the dogs. And
I wish I would have missed out last night.
So Steve is like us. Steve worked a career in radio and then left radio to come here to Floribama.
Yeah.
And actually, we always tell you, if you want just some good, fun, feel-good music, Floribama Radio is available on iHeartRadio.
Thank you.
Streams on iHeartRadio just like we do. And you can go listen to it. Steve actually is the brains behind that. He programs that, picks the song, sets everything up.
Dude, it's so fun.
Yeah,
it's
it
so
is.
fun to be able to do what you want. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You don't have to check with Big Brother.
That's right.
And see if we can do it or what's going on. But we take a lot of the live performances here, record them, and then put them up so you have that live Floribama feeling on there, as well. And it's great because you don't know what you're going to hear walking into every room as far as music, right? Could be classic rock, could be.
There was a guy in here
country.
last night did not play any country at all.
He did not.
It was like all 90s alternative.
That was, and he had asked me, he goes, Rockstar will fit in here, right? You think he'd fit in? And I said,
yeah.
He doesn't play any country.
He would fit
said,
in.
No problem. And the guy last night basically played a lot of Rockstar's catalog.
Yeah.
Well, Rockstar would fit in fantastic.
We need to get him down here for some. I got to find a reason to bring him.
Well, we'll get Rockstar down here because you think you may have seen him and not know it because of before you met us.
Yeah, at the
doing Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, the Black Jacket Symphony shows. We've done those with Jason and the gang there.
Yep.
Mobile, Pensacola, for years. So we probably did see him.
Probably did. Hey, so I know we've got big events like the Spelling Bee, March 12th that I want to get to.
Yeah.
But first, the mullet toss. Before I forget this question,
Yeah.
Who holds the record?
I don't know the person's name, but I know it's over 190.
That's 190 feet?
Yeah.
How tough is it to throw one?
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. But most people secretly, you fold them so you can actually get a grip on them. Because you have to wash your hands in water first, so it's still slippery fish, right? You can't get sand on it for grip or anything like that. No throwing gloves, no catching gloves or anything. But it depends because if you throw in the morning and the wind's blowing to the east, well, you're going to be better off. Or if it's blowing to the west, you're going to be better off. It just depends. And then it may lighten up or be heavier in the day. So
fold in half and throw down wind is basically
get it up in the air.
I've got Ingemar Stenmark as the all-time winner.
Seriously? It's like a discus throw?
I mean, who knows?
1904 Olympics?
Famous skier, Ingemar Stenmark.
Are there people that come out, though, that look like and they're athletic, they've got a big arm, but it's just bad luck of the draw to just slip out of the hand?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we've seen them go. So we have some video. I don't know if you see it, but you can line it up and we have chairs all along it, like a football field. And a lot of times the throws kind of go awkward and get into the crowd and hit people. And those are the most fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When somebody gets hit by a mullet.
And everybody's the same way. After you throw your fish, they stand there and they're cheering. And then you hear go get your fish. You have to go pick it up after you throw it.
But it's wild how many people know about the mullet toss. It really is. Like we were talking with our buddy Todd Furman.
Yeah.
From Vegas yesterday, works out in Vegas in the media, and we mentioned we're at Floribama, and he brought up the mullet toss.
So does he do odds?
Scott is showing video, by the way.
No, he said he didn't have any odds on.
He wouldn't do odds.
He would not put odds on. That's what we're trying to get him to do, but he did. He did talk about the mullet toss. So you guys are known for that.
We've got the video out right now. Okay. Showing of that. So it's April when?
April 28th through the 30th. But there's a lot of things that go along with that week. We have a golf tournament, the Mullet Swing Golf Tournament, where we sell that out. So many teams. We play at Peninsula. It's 3 9-holes there. So that's a big day. The Mullet Man Triathlon we do here. They actually swim across the street right in front of Yacht Club. It's a 1/4-mile swim. And then the 16.5-mile bike ride, and what do they run? Almost 4 miles.
That's a lot of work.
And so we do that the weekend before. That's going to be on Saturday, April 22nd.
Will you partake in that?
I'll film it. I'll run the drone over them. I'll put the video together.
Rusty calls adult mullet toss adult spring break.
Very much so. Yeah, very much.
Because
but you have kids we have a kids division, so they can throw, and then we have Celebrity toss comes up at 4 in the afternoon.
But it's important to know y'all don't just do this so people get drunk and throw mullets. I mean, this has a charity aspect, like almost everything here at the Floribama. That is one of the things, like, I've gotten to know this place very well over the last couple of years because of our association.
Yeah.
And the thing that blows me away is how many things lead back to charity.
Every one of them.
I mean, it really is. It's like anything that happens here, Steve will say, "Oh, it's so much fun, such and such." Oh, and by the way, this charity gets this out of it.
Yeah, we did the Super Chili Bowl cook-off earlier in February, and we just got the check from American Cancer Society for that, and it was $12,000 in one day.
Wow.
We raised.
That's
so
fantastic.
The thing about the mullet toss, you'll stand in line, you'll pay your $15 for your T-shirt and the chance to throw. Every single penny of that money goes to charity. So it's Boys and Girls Clubs. It's all around Florida and Alabama where those are supported. So it's a big check at the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, how many people have, thousands of people toss?
30,000.
Oh my!
Whoa, we have 30,000 mullets.
No, we have 30,000
people. Okay,
right. So how do we get through the line? It takes a little bit. I can't even give you a number. It's in the thousands, though.
Yeah.
Is there a chance we get to watch live from home?
We're working that out. We stream church services from here every Sunday, 9 and 11. So we
church on the beach.
Yeah, church on the beach. So we're actually having them run some fiber out to the beach. So next time you're here, we could actually figure out a way, because it's all about the internet connection when you're doing streaming. You got to have good internet, or it just doesn't work. So we're planning to do that. We're planning to live stream Boozy Bee as well. So
tell us a little bit about Boozy
we talked
Bee.
about this on Tuesday. So explain this to us, and we may try to hire the Bee to come up and do this in Birmingham.
Yeah, we need to do this.
You need the whole team. It's so much fun. So we do it in here. We find 10 contestants. We open a bar tab. Some of our liquor vendors will open a bar tab for everyone, or the owners, and everybody gets to drink. We do 5 different rounds. We do different categories, like, are you smarter than an 8th grader? There's a category called bad decisions, so you can kind of put anything in there. Yeah, there's me. That's me in the Bee costume.
That is Steve in the Bee costume you saw.
And then we just have a great time. And it all comes down to points. You get so many points for each correct spelled word. Then you come back at the end for the final Jeopardy word, where you bet all your points. And if you get it right, you win on that word.
And listen to this. Last year's winning word. 3 people are up there. How much did you? I mean, if you're estimating, they drank for a couple of hours at least.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half by the time we get through all that. And everybody gets a trophy because it's in the world of everybody gets a participation.
That's
trophy.
right.
So why wouldn't we, right? And then they get the golden bushwhacker at the end. That's the big trophy, the main one. And then I think we do gift cards and stuff too. Yeah, the final word last year was tough. Hydroxychloroquine.
Oh my! All right, let's try it. Do you know it?
I know enough of it to know if you're on track.
Hydroxychloroquine. Yeah. It's HYDROXOCHLORINE.
I think you're very close. I don't know why that would be different or wrong. But so my wife actually participates too. Sweet Patty's up here in her Bee outfit.
I just missed it.
And she writes down the word as they're spelling it, and then she turns the board for everyone to see, and then the right word pops up on the TV.
And people go nuts.
It's so much fun because I know the words in advance. We don't know who's going to get what word because we random draw to put them in there, but I know the words, and so I always like to nudge them to let me know if you need that in a sentence or anything.
Yeah,
that's where the fun comes in.
Oh,
the sentence that you're going to use a word.
Yeah, your word is hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah. Good time, man. Good time.
And your sentence is, I once had to spell hydroxychloroquine.
right.
In a spelling bee.
The bad decisions category is really fun because you can put Jägermeister in there. You can put gonorrhea in there.
Wow.
I mean, obviously it's a bad decision.
All tough to spell.
All tough to spell and tough to really get rid of, probably. Penicillin. Yes. Maybe penicillin follows gonorrhea. I don't know.
Those are tough words. So that's all coming up the Floribama website. Anything that anybody can go to get easy information about anything at the Floribama.
Everything's there. It's floribama.com. You can click on annual events, and they're all spelled out in there. You can see our daily music schedule, which we have live music 365 days a year here. In fact, I just saw him walk in. He was coming up to play after you. So. Everything's there. You can register for things. We just sold out our Easton Corbin show. That's coming next week, March 16th here at the Bama. So we do a lot of cool shows like that too. Some one-offs.
And if you want to watch Worship on the Water, that's at floribama.com too.
You can get there from the Floribama website for sure. But Worship on the Water, it's really cool. And the cool thing is, especially this time of year, they'll open up the church services with we have a great team of
praise and worship team.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, Steve.
I'm as tired as Lance.
I'm well aware.
But then asking first time here, And almost every single time, half the room is like,
wow,
here.
That's pretty cool.
So it's a cool thing that people look forward to and coming down.
Yeah,
So,
destination church almost.
yeah, very much.
I love that. I love everything you guys do here. And since we became friends with all of you guys, the things we've been pushing for is every spring and summer, as you're making your plans, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, come down here, enjoy the historic Floribama, these beautiful beaches, these great restaurants.
There's
It's just a great place.
There's
I
so
got-
much to do down here.
I got
guys.
on a little kick where we were going another part of the beach.
Yeah.
Me too.
But since we started to come back in July, I mean, you just can't beat it down here.
It's comfortable. I think it's affordable. I like our prices at the Floribama. We're not going to, gouge you for drinks. We want everybody to have the good time. And we talked about this the other night, just how there's it's kind of a cool vibe when you walk in. It's almost like, oh, I don't have to come in with an attitude. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Everybody
Yep.
just gets
Chill.
along and
Yep.
having a good time.
But it's a great community too.
It really
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
I mean, this is who we are as Southerners. This
That's
is
right.
it right
Yep.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is this is a good time.
Let me ask you
It's
one
fun.
thing, because when we were in here Tuesday night, you said that you'll look around and see things you've never seen in here before.
I do it every day.
The Bud Light sign, I've never seen that logo before. You see it up there?
Yeah, I
Doug?
do now. I
Where?
do.
It's got like a spider.
way up at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one before either.
Yeah.
And it'd be fun. They actually last week had a group come in and they did a scavenger hunt. So we had our team go through and find some things, and their job was to walk through and find all the memorabilia, all the things. There was some stuff on the list. I was like, oh, I had no idea we had that in here.
That's
So-
No idea.
So at the bottom of my Bushwhacker cup, I don't see it, LT. I'm sorry.
It's right there. It's
I see it's
Over the
the
rail.
normal Bud Light. I see that one. I don't see a damn spider.
Yeah.
Is that not a spider below the eye?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't think it's
Yeah.
part of Bud Light.
Yeah, it looks like a spider.
It's a spider.
It's high. It's high enough nobody can draw on that.
My guess is it's the next round sticker.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, challenge accepted, right, Lance?
Hey,
Lance,
how do
like,
you
I better
think
get
I
on-
saw that sign?
All right.
Do you
Thank you, Steve.
Do you know how many stickers? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you know how many stickers you went through this weekend?
Somebody just asked me. I think we've got around 250 up now.
Solid.
Yeah.
Yep, good work.
But none in the elevator.
That's right.
Not in the elevator.
Yeah.
To get it done.
Day's not over.
Maybe you can get in that elevator.
I really, truly appreciate you guys.
No, we
coming
love
down.
you guys.
Thank you.
And I know you
All
love
of
it
you.
here, and it's easy to love, but this is a lot of work. It's taking time away from your families and coming down and hanging. And I know there's something to that. But we appreciate how you promote the community and the things that go on here. And it's not just come to the bar and have a good time. It's more about what we're all about. And so the way you convey that, it's awesome. I love the way you guys talk
thank you.
about the place.
Well,
Your passion is real. For
Well,
sure.
thank you. Our friends in Abu Dhabi today who are watching
I
are
love
thinking about
that.
coming.
Come visit.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. There's no direct flight.
Yeah.
But, I mean, good luck.
Well, we told them. I mean, hell, they may be rich enough to bring their own yacht over here. Do you have a deep water
from Pensacola?
Do you have a deep water dock that they can put their damn yacht?
Actually, do.
Yeah.
No, run that thing up on the beach at the yacht club.
Hey, if we get our Abu Dhabi audience coming here, you better ask the owners, do they have a price? Because if they come in, they may want to buy the place.
Right. We'll start with free drink tickets. We'll go from there. It's all
No,
good.
save those for us. Charge them full price.
I gave Kelsey a handful today. You guys got
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure she
You
shares.
know how many she gave me last night?
One.
One.
Well,
I bought full price drinks except one time.
well,
He had
we
plenty,
appreciate you.
and Dunaway zoned out anyway.
Coming down and spending money with us. We love it.
Giver.
Not just here, but in the community. I know you spread it out a lot while you've been here too at a lot of different places. So
Yeah, thank you.
that's what we love.
Thank you so much. Quick break here. We're back in a moment from the Floribama on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
All right, back with you for our final 90 seconds at the Floribama. We're back in studio, the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios tomorrow up in Birmingham. By the way, the final push on the Live viewer numbers this week, 300,000 for their 4 days of average viewership each day. PGA Tour in a non-big event, 2.38 million viewers.
You know where Liv got more viewers? On their own YouTube channel.
On their own YouTube channel.
I think this is going to end up being a bad decision just solely for ego on their part.
Okay, Andrew Painter, 19-year-old that we told you about in the Phillies camp, pitched yesterday at spring training. Multiple times hit a 99-mile-per-hour fastball.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Going to be fantastic. Great games tonight, Michigan and Illinois, Arizona State, UCLA, Arizona and USC. We'll talk more about that. And if Detroit Mercy's Antoine Davis, son of Mike Davis, can break Pete Maravich's record tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN+. That is, he's 26 to break Pistol Pete.
What kind of ball?
Basketball.
Wouldn't you throw that on ESPN too?
You would. That's it from the Floribama. Thank you to everybody associated with this great organization and all our crew who came down from Birmingham. We're heading back to the Ham later this afternoon. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.